All right, we will call to order this regular city council meeting for the Pearland City Council for Monday, August 23rd, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. If you will all rise, we'll have an invocation by myself and pledges by our Mayor Pro Tem Hernandez. If you would, bow your heads, please. Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight and just want to ask for you to guide and direct this body, this city council, through our deliberations in this agenda tonight. Father, give us wisdom, give us your mind as we deliberate the various issues that affect our community. Father, as we look across our world, we see a lot of concern and disarray and confusion. We see a lot of what's been going on across the world in Afghanistan. And Father, we just ask for peace tonight. We ask for peace in that place. We ask for guidance and delivery from our president to our vice president to the generals on the ground abroad as well as here in the United States, and give them wisdom, give them clarity of purpose and a clarity of mind. Father, be with our first responders here in our own community, each and every one of them, what they do, and protect them and guide them and embolden them to do their jobs. And Father, most of all, bring them home each and every day. Father, again, just be with these deliberations tonight. May we be a shining example of you and your wisdom tonight. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Please join me in pledge allegiance to the United States flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now to our state's flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you.
And I will tell you, you ought to hear that up here. That was pretty awesome. That was pretty awesome to hear everybody in the chamber in unison saying the pledges to our flags and our great state and our national flag was good to hear. Again, thank you for being here tonight. We'll move forward in our agenda, roll call and certification of quorum. Just to let it be known, all members are present in the chamber, so we do have a quorum. Next up, we have citizens' comments, and we have a fairly large stack tonight. So let's work through that. I know we have various groups that are speaking on behalf of others. So there's a few people that we're going to grant some additional time to because they're speaking on behalf of others. If you're able to get through your comments quicker rather than later, that would be good. But we appreciate each and every one of them that are coming out tonight. And with that, our Mayor Pro Tem, we're gonna work through these speaker request cards. There's a handful of people who are also speaking on specific agenda items. And unless you told us otherwise, you will speak to that agenda item when it comes up later in the agenda. There are a few people who said, we'll go ahead and have our comments under general comments, even though it's addressing a specific agenda item later. But we'll do our best to get everybody's request done in the proper fashion. So with that, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate everyone being here this evening. Just real quickly, when you do get your name called to go up to the podium there, please begin by stating your name and address for the purpose of the record. Do that into the microphone so it is audible. And you will see a timer that staff will display up there. Please keep your comments limited to the time that's displayed. First, we have James Howard, if you would like to make your way to the podium. All right. Thank you for being here this evening.
My name is James Howard. I live at 2301 Scarlatti Drive in Pearland, Texas. I am the nearest most neighbor to Bill Weintrapp. He is the gentleman that's run the Airbnb and the escape room out of his house. I have been the victim of, mostly by myself, I mean, there are other neighbors as well, but I'm the one that gets it the most, of a lot of things that's going on in his property. I would give you the video, but given that it's not in appropriate nature, I left you guys to view that at the end. However, I will say this, that some of the activities that he continues to carry on there are inappropriate and for underage. And my son is a 15-year-old, and my neighbor is a single mom with an 8-year-old. And I am the only gentleman in that neighborhood who has the ability to stand up to Bill and tell him to stop. And in the last probably 3 years, I probably called the Pearland Police Department and wasted our resources on him probably 100 times. And he has yet to cease and desist. And I would like something to be done with the Airbnb. Now, I know that we've been to this round before, and we've trying to get something done about that. But the problem is strictly the fact that he rents that house out on a daily basis, and I do mean a daily basis, to different factions, different facilities, different folks of all kinds, all hours of the day, all hours of the night. And I'm sure, as well as anybody else in my neighborhood, we're tired of it, and we would like something to be done about it. Now, I'll link this the rest of my time to anybody else that wants to speak on this, but that's pretty much my gist of this. I would want something done by the City of Pearland to at least address this issue.
Thank you very much. Please also note, everyone here this evening, that we do not have the ability to dialogue with you on any comments that are made under general comment. But we do take notes up here, we pass those to staff, and we do our best to do a follow-up with you after the meeting. So, all right, next we have Mr. Rushi Patel. If you could please make your way to the podium. Again, state your name and address for the record, but I'm sure you know how this works by now.
Good evening, Mayor Cole and City Council members. My name is Rishi Patel, 12213 Rosemont Lane, Pearland, Texas. So I would like to echo what Mr. Bill said earlier about this short-term rental. I know in the past few weeks you guys have discussed this issue extensively, and I know there was an ordinance that got denied. But there are two issues here, right? So one is we're not collecting the state tax or city taxes that they should be collecting from the people who are renting these homes. And two, as a business owner and a hotel owner, what we feel like you guys are giving an unfair advantage to these guys, right? So we're not against Airbnb. We get it that people want to, this is a new economy. We're going to do ride shares and Ubers and Lyfts, and we're going to do Airbnb, which is fine. But if you're going to take a home and run it as a business, then it should be treated as a business. You should not be allowed to go in a residential area, have a zoning that says is a residential area, and then run a business. That is not fair. Our issue today is, as a business, as a hotel, we're required to have fire inspections, health inspections, lint trap cleaning, backflow preventers, fire extinguishers, and all these other expenses that add up to run a business. We're required to maintain our property, required to have parking space. We're required for safety. And if we start calling the police like we're being told by others, residents, 100 times, you shut our business down. What we're asking is for some kind of legal obligations, if these houses are going to be run as a business, to have some sort of rules and regulations. Let me give you a thought. If I were to take a house that has 16 bedrooms and turn it into a business in a residential area, I guarantee you would shut me down. So there's no difference between a large home running as a business and a small motel or hotel in this community. Treat it what it is. If it's a business, treat it like a business and help the residents. This is not the community I chose to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Josh, real quick, I had spoken to the folks who organized this segment earlier, and we're giving these speakers 5 minutes. They are actually here on behalf of many others. Instead of coming in 3 and 3 and 3 and 3, it might be 2 hoteliers, 2 business owners, but each are going to get 5. And certainly, Mr. Patel, like normal, if anybody limits to under 5 with what we have tonight, that's fine too. But we'll want to make sure that we do that.
Mr. Patel, does that conclude your comments? Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate you being here and for your input on this. Next, Mayor, we have Cash Bhagwanji. My apologies if I mispronounced that. Please correct me at the podium there by stating your name and address for the purpose of the record, and your time is displayed there. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, City Council members. My name's Cash Bhagwanji, 12919 Southern Ridge Drive. I've lived in Pearland for 6 years. I also own and operate 2 hotels in Pearland. I wanted to speak to the same as my colleagues and associate, um, and that is that we definitely need some kind of regulation around these Airbnbs that are coming into town. Running these businesses, it's definitely not easy. It does get expensive, but we do it because we provide a safe environment for people to lodge, and that's what we've been doing for the many years that we've been operating. We pay our fair share in hotel occupancy taxes, which the city then turns around and makes sure that we have facilities and more residents and more business being channeled towards us. It's a little unfair when we're expected to continue to hold up our end of the bargain, and we have new businesses and new concepts that are coming into town who right now seem to have a modified uh, a modified approach as to how they may run themselves. I definitely don't agree with uh, businesses being run in residential areas, but if they are, then they should be held to the same standards as a lot of our businesses are. We have the fine folks at the Pearland Fire Department who come out and help us out whenever we need them in real concerns, in real situations. And it is a shame that we are wasting this many resources policing and housing and sending out resources to houses that are not paying their taxes, that are not held up to any regulation, and are not being monitored at all. We also have various different types of management companies that come and also look at our performance. They see how we treat our guests, they see how we treat our neighbors, they see how we perform. None of these none of these conditions are placed on any of these houses. And it's a little unfair that we're held to a high line and we continue to operate as such when we have a lot of these houses that are not, or a lot of these single business owners who are not. I think in the long term, it's going to create more of a nuisance for the city of Pearland if unregulated. I feel that a lot of people living in Pearland are going to wish that they chose somewhere that has slightly stronger regulations. I would urge City Council and I would urge everyone here to do the right thing for all of us and regulate it the right way and make sure that we don't get it out of hand. Any new business is good business. I always believe that. I think that's what this country believes. But it has to be done the right way and it has to be handled the right way. That's my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Excuse me, Mr. Bhagwanji, sorry. Next, we have Manny Patel. If you make your way up, please state your name and address for the record. And staff has put your timer there. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you for having. My name is Manny Patel. I live at 10,007 Donbrook Drive here in Pearland. I also, along with my other colleagues, our family has 2 hotels that operate in Pearland. So just going back to, I guess, a couple of meetings ago, we had the discussion. I was one of the persons that was on the video conference call. We're not saying no to Airbnb. It's a business. I get it. It's new, upcoming. It's a disturber, and we're not saying that it needs to go out of Pearland. That's one thing. Now, it does need to be regulated. I feel like the hotels definitely have a lot more strict guidelines, which they need to be there. We do house a lot of guests that come through our city. We pay our hot taxes, which, like Cash said, they go around, help the community out. The short-term rentals, not even just Airbnb, right? So short-term rentals are not necessarily paying those just yet. There's different type of inspections that we have at the hotel side as a business. So we have to have occupancy is one big thing, right? So you can't have 15, 20 people in a 400 square foot room and expect everybody to get out if there's a big fire, number one. Now, if we have those same expectations, same things in a hotel, those should happen in a house. Some kind of occupancy guidance would help. We have to have fire suppression systems. We have to have fire extinguishers. Something close by for people to put out a fire. Now, those, whether they're in the homes or not, I'm not sure. I don't have one personally in my house that's just laying around like by the kitchen or somewhere else. I do have one that's in the garage. Probably not a best idea. But the other rules and regulations that we do have are like the health inspection. You guys, we have health inspection for a reason. Safety is another one. Permits are helpful for that regulation. We do have pool guidelines and expectations that we have to maintain. Just kind of going back to those things, that if there's anything that we can regulate to level the playing field between hotel as a business and having a house as a business, that would be great. And I know that last time there was some discussions about making short-term rental, making a whole new 2-week program, which is not what we're asking. We're just trying to ask for regulation and level the playing field for that. And we can collect the hot taxes, whether it benefits the city or not. That was not one of the things that I was talking about, but it turned out to be like that. But anyways, the hot taxes is one thing that can be collected. And I think that's as far as my comments go.
Very good.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being here this evening. Next, Mayor, we have Mr. Joseph Koza. If you could please make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Thank you for being here.
Good evening. Thank you, council members and mayor, for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Joseph Koza. My address is 2910 South Main Street, Pearland, Texas, 77581. I'm here to speak in regards to the short-term rental problem we have here in Pearland. Approximately 2 years ago, a group of citizens from Verona at the 2200 block hauled out a home that turned into an event center, and or you could call it a party center. Mr. James said that he has videos. When you see them, they're pretty derogatory in fashion. I'm amazed. I'm a resident of Pearland for 55 years that something like this is allowed. It's just uncalled for in a residential neighborhood. We have zoning for these type issues. Currently, there are businesses being run in the neighborhood. I don't know how, and I don't know why, but I call upon the council to solve this issue. The businesses that are being run, the short-term rentals, need to be regulated. I have submitted to every council member, the mayor, the city attorney, 7 different ordinances from different cities, from Galveston to San Marcos to McAllen to San Antonio, San Angelo, South Padre, Fredericksburg, Port Aransas, explaining how they handle it. Within that body of ordinances, there are ways that it can be contained, can be controlled, just like any other business in the city of Houston, in Pearland, excuse me. And when we have parties like what was going on 2 years ago, there was anywhere from 100 to 200 people showing up. I would rest assured most people in this room at the age of 70, when our residents get to speak on this that live next door, probably the last thing you would want living next to you. At the July 12th meeting, y'all brought up a ordinance that y'all passed, and then on July 26th, council shot it down with one council member saying that short-term rentals, I guess especially Airbnb, are disruptors. We're not looking for disruptors in Pearland. We're looking for people that are contributing to our community and our society to make it a better place to live, not to make it somebody's event center where naked women are running around the backyard. People are telling their neighbors to take a hike because they're ruining their party. One gentleman was asked to stop mowing his yard because they were in a video shoot and he was interfering with them. How exactly is that right in the city of Pearland? I don't quite understand that philosophy. So I look for you, council members, to take the information that I sent you, digest it, see what you can do to come up with ordinances, because I think it makes a lot of sense where they have to pay a fee, where they have to be submitted to inspections from the fire department, the safety and health, in regards to just like any other business. Because it's going to be sad the day that somebody gets shot at one of these in Pearland, because it's happened in California, and it's happened on the north side of Houston. So if we don't do anything to control this behavior, watch out, it will happen in Pearland. I thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Y'all have a nice evening.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Koza. Next, Mayor, we have Jeff Berry. If you would please make your way to the podium. And of all the people here tonight, you should definitely know how this works. Mr. Berry being one of our trustees, thank you for joining us this evening.
Jeff Berry, 3503 Boxwood Gate Trail. Also own a business at 4418 Broadway here in Pearland, Berry Insurance Group. I just want to reiterate a lot of the sentiments the previous speakers had brought up, and I'm just going to go back to some notes that I jotted down before I walked in. Businesses in Pearland need to abide by certain rules. When I bought my building on 518 or Broadway, I had my fire inspectors come in, I had the city come in and make sure that we had all the ADA requirements met. We had to do all those things. I have tenants in my building. I had to make sure all those particular tenants had the appropriate safety signage and so on and so forth, fire extinguishers and whatnot. So there's a lot of things that go into a business, not just saying, let's put my business out on VRBO. And trust me, I use VRBO when I travel, and I don't think VRBO is such a bad thing. The cost associated with it may be something that might be attractive to most. It's a 1 or 2 day type thing. But at the end of the day, as soon as they take that first dollar for someone to stay in their home, it becomes a business. And by becoming a business, that brings into all other responsibility, financial responsibility for those individuals as it pertains to those particular tenants. So those are just a couple of notes I jotted down, ordinances and things of that sort. And to speak to some of the individuals in Green Tea, I used to live in Green Tea. I lived in Green Tea for 12 years. I love the neighborhood. In many cases, I'm sorry I left because I love to, play golf there or whatnot, but I love the people in the neighborhood. It's a quiet neighborhood. So if I were to have someone that had parties in excess, as from the stories that I've heard and apparently have been shared with you all, it would certainly it'd be offensive to me and to my family, and this probably wouldn't have been the first time you've seen me or heard from me, and I don't wish that upon your families either. So I would ask that you think about the situation. I know that we have many different mechanisms that we use to be able to have short-term rentals throughout the country, VRBO, home away, and so on and so forth. But think about it as somewhat of a disruptor. It's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. So what I would ask you guys to do is to take a look at how you can get ahead of this situation. Even the city of Houston has a listing on VRBO where they pay the hot tax on behalf of the city of Houston. So we need to make sure that we get ahead of this, not let it get out of control. I know it's going to take some administrative work from the city to wrap this up, take control over it, but I would ask you guys to put your heads together and figure it out before it gets a little bit more out of control. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next, Mayor, we have John Lamson. If you would please make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record. We appreciate you being here this evening.
My name is John Lamson, 2114 Birdie Court in Pearland. Mayor Cole, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very important issue affecting many citizens of the city of Pearland and the city of Pearland itself. There's a growing controversy, obviously, surrounding the growth of short-term rental lodging in our neighborhoods. This type of transitory housing really has no place in established residential communities. First, neighborhoods are zoned residential. Multifamily and commercial areas are zoned accordingly. I think it's a foregone conclusion that renting a room in a home to a stranger from another city is a profit-oriented venture. It's a business. This type of transitory rental is in a purely residential area is a safety and security issue for individuals, families, and especially for households with young children. Aside from all the inherent pitfalls associated with this activity, on many occasions these rentals evolve into party operations and activities with alcohol, photo shoots, and all that the party atmosphere brings. I've witnessed the beer cans and other garbage left by party house attendees. How are nearby residents protected from the additional traffic, exposure to persons from who knows where that have no interest in their neighborhood other than the all-night party that they're engaging in? I have personally had a short-term rental guest walk up my driveway at night asking for directions. There are several young children on my block. Their parents are justifiably concerned about security and safety for their kids. How are they protected? A few weeks ago, a home on my street was burglarized. How do I discern the intentions of a person approaching me or a family member? I recognize my neighbors. I do not recognize people who are on my street for one night. My neighborhood is not a tourist area or hotel lobby where this is common and expected. I've seen lodging advertised in zip code 77581 for as little as $20 a night. Aside from the bargain that this represents, how can we expect hotel owners who have invested millions of dollars in our community to compete and thrive with this type of competition? Hotel owners have complied with City of Pearland ordinances regarding fire regulations, safety, and security regulations, and have provided on-premises parking. Most short-term rental operations rely on street parking, provided by developers or the City of Pearland. By allowing short-term rentals to continue unabated or unregulated, we are creating a situation that at some point may be out of our control. My request to you now is simple and logical. If we cannot prevent the proliferation of this activity in Pearland, we can at least honestly and equitably ensure that the citizens who have already made this area desirable and safe for their families receive the protection and equity that they deserve. All short-term rental operations in Pearland should have to be permitted to operate. Through the permitting process, we can be sure of the following. The City of Pearland will know where all short-term rentals are located. The granting of a permit should be contingent upon several things. First, proof of adequate and appropriate property and liability insurance in excess of traditional homeowners insurance. I have found out that most homeowners insurance policies will not cover if an Airbnb or a short-term rental operation is going on next door. That means no liability insurance either to protect the neighbor. Adherence to all fire regulations and safety requirements, including fire alarm placement and exit signage. Installation of appropriate security measures and controls. Certification by the property owner that no deed restrictions will be violated by the short-term rental operation. A copy of the neighborhood or subdivision deed restrictions will be included with the permit application. Annual permit renewal will include, in addition to the requirements above, proof that all hotel taxes have been paid, including taxes imposed by the state of Texas, the City of Pearland, and the Houston Sports Authority if the Airbnb or the short-term rental is in Harris County. Thanks for your consideration of a potential solution to a real problem in Pearland.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. Next, Mayor, we have Randy Bailey. If you would please make your way up to the podium. Thank you for being here this evening.
Evening, Mayor and City Council. Thanks for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Randy Bailey. I'm at 2217 Morona Drive in Pearland. Actually moved here basically 20 years ago. So I'm on the other side of James. I'm on Bill Wytek is at 2219. I'm 2217. So James is on the back side of him. I'm next door to his neighbor. So 2 years ago, I actually came up here and actually stood up here almost to this date. It was in July 8th is when I came up here. In fact, I gave you a copy of the presentation that I went through when I came up here. So I actually gave you a copy of the presentation and also added to that presentation of what's actually going on present day. So after I finished the presentation and showed what Bill was actually doing, and again, it's not that he's running an Airbnb, he's actually running a business. And the Airbnb is actually disguised for the business that he's running. So if you look at the different websites he's actually on, which is Peerscape and Swimly, if you look at Swimly, he's actually renting out his pool separately, right? And then he's renting out his house in different rooms separately, not including the Airbnb is totally separately too, right? So after I gave through my presentation and showed him what kind of lewd things were going on at his house in the backyard, and to show you that, what was actually going on, then he actually came up here because he came to this meeting. He came up here and he says, oh, I love the Baileys, right? I'm the Bailey, right? I love the Baileys and I'll stop. Well, that didn't stop. In fact, it continued and actually found a way to get around it. So one thing about parking was, everybody complained about parking. We all complained. In fact, yesterday I couldn't even get in my driveway because they were filming a movie at his house yesterday. So I'm over there honking my horn out in front of my house, which is gated, to get in my own driveway because I can't get in there because he's shooting a movie and making money. Did he share it with anybody here? I don't think so, So the problem we have right now is what he's doing is running a business. Say stop. So he has people park they park over here at the park and they Uber them in. So they come in. Then he said, okay, well, I'm only going to have 10 people. Only 10 people come. All right, fine. But then he charged $10 extra for anybody over 10 people. So he doesn't even follow his own rules. So I'm up here tonight saying, look, we need to take our neighborhood back. It's not fair. We come in here, so it gives out the code to the gate. So we're supposed to be gated, but everybody's got the code. So what good is that? So it's totally not fair what's going on. And you can see that he's running the business from actually different sites that he's putting up there. Airbnb, I mean, if you look at it, I'm living next to the Venetian is what I'm living next to. If you look at what's going on and what's happening. And look, I don't have any problem with people making money, but not in my backyard. I mean, I moved here from Houston. I came over to get away. I moved to Pearland. So 71 years of age, hey, I can relax. I can hopefully retire, and I don't have to worry about anything. My grandchild is afraid to come over. My wife is afraid to go outside. If people are out there, they are afraid of it because we've been mocked. We've been more or less, they wanted my wife to fight at 70 years old. I mean, hey, come on, We call the police comes over. So when the police comes over, he tells them that, well, hey, what he tells them is, these are my friends, and they're just coming over to visit. So I'm not renting it. I'm not doing it. They're my friends. I know that's not true. I mean, just look at his posting on his website. Just look at all the remarks on his website. You can see, actually post up on his website how that somebody that was in the house was drunk and they were harassing some of the people. They were actually harassing the people that were at the party. So like Joe Costa says, one of these days, somebody's going to get hurt. And one of these days, everybody's aware of it, and I warned you, and we're trying to stop it and do something about it. And we need your help. It has to stop. He's running a business out of a residence, and it needs to stop. So again, I thank you much, and we need help.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
Before you go on, that's the last one on the one.
Mr. Bailey, thank you for the comments there. And before we move on with the rest of the citizens who have signed up to speak, a couple real quick comments. We're not going to belabor this. I'm going to ask for this to be placed back on the agenda in September. I don't know if it'll be on the 13th or the 27th, but we will certainly let you know. We need to have a discussion amongst this body about what's the appropriate thing that we need to do to address this. At the same time, we also need to do that within confines of state law and certain court cases that have come down that in some ways, I'm not going to say they tie our hands, but they make it more difficult on some of what we need to do to address this issue. But we need to have that open and honest discussion in front of you, with you, as a part of the solutions to help fix this problem. This body is going to be committed to help getting this fixed. And I will put it back on the agenda in September to have that discussion so we can give staff good direction. Last thing we need to do is just say, staff, go fix it. And they're, all over the board trying to figure out what to do. We need to give them clear direction and then let them do their job and then come back and put something into place to help address this issue. So I can assure you, we will be talking about it in the next month. All right. So appreciate it.
All right. All right. Mayor, if I may, just let you know, I'd also reached out to staff already to workshop this particular item. So I'd like to talk to you about what we've discussed up to this point.
And are all members of the council permitted to speak in a dialogue fashion?
Not in response to the residents.
Given that this is an item that's not on the agenda, it's really not open for open discussion this evening. Obviously, to try to comply with TOMA, I think that's Texas Open Meetings Act. That's our primary goal and objective this evening, to hear the comments and then place it on a future agenda item. And I think that's sort of what we heard this evening, is let's put it on a future agenda for discussion. So we'll go ahead and do that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. We have additional general comments here. Next, we have Mr. Jeffrey Hunkley. If you would please make your way to the podium. Your name and address for the record, and
He should be back to the 3-minute mark there. Okay.
Jeff Hunkley, 3912 Oak Brook Drive North, Pearland, Texas, 77581. I had some comments about the 51 repeal process, and forgive me if I state exact dates, but I have been accused of spreading misinformation, and I want to be very precise in my comments. 51% law presentation was discussed at the March 1st meeting, and I thought this would be a great way to get the businesses to come here to help with the heavy tax burden. As I followed this process, I listened to, shall we say, incorrect information that was being fed to the public by the people supporting this effort. I thought, if this is such a great initiative, the facts should speak for themselves, so why is false statements being made at all? Not only were councilmen and the people collecting these signatures incorrect in many of their statements, the PEBC website was riddled with information which was proven to be false. I went through all of the submitted signatures, and each page had a unique serial number listed at the bottom. And I did notice the 3 councilmen supporting this effort. Adrian signed on 1377, Alex signed on 1992, and Luke signed on 1189. But he also signed on pages 1353, 3722, and 3797. He was the only person signing 4 times, I assume to beef up the numbers to pass the repeal. Luke, you yourself stated at the April 12th meeting that there is a sacred trust with the people that elect you. And I wanted to believe that statement, that this type of action does not align with trust. Now, one can go and argue signing a petition multiple times to increase the numbers is not a big deal. Okay, fair enough. But on July 26th, the council meeting, there was an agenda item regarding a registration program for the operation of short-term rentals and the requirement to pay hotel occupancy tax. Here, you and the same 2 council members that worked with you on the repeal voted against this, and it failed 4-3. Yet there is a short-term rental property at 1710 Moore Drive, which is categorized under real estate leasing and rentals. It said this rental has an annual revenue of over $108,000, and the contact person is listed as Luke Orlando. Since that item you voted against directly affects you, shouldn't you recuse yourself from even voting on it? On the June 28th meeting, you stated, we play a lot of games up here, so let's play them. Well, I don't know what kind of games you're playing with your elected position, but what you're doing doesn't seem right, especially with your re-election coming up next May 2022. C.S. Lewis stated, integrity is doing the right thing, even when no one is watching. If I'm not pointing these things out while certain members of council thinks no one is watching, who will? Thank you.
next, Mayor, we have Mr. Chase Bergen. If you would please make your way to the podium. Is he here this evening? I do not see him, Mayor. Okay.
He signed up online.
Okay. All right, Josh, if you would please reset to the 5 minutes. We have Mr. Adam Carroll. If you would make your way to the podium and state your name and address for the record. And since you are speaking on behalf of our Police Officers Association, we will give you 5 minutes this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. Adam Carroll, 12511 Britt Road, 77581, and I am here speaking on behalf of the men and women of the Pearland Police Officers Association. You're going to have to excuse me. I don't like reading from notes, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to do that tonight to try to stay on topic. First, I want to express our gratitude on behalf of the employees to council and staff for being able to work in the bilingual pay, sick time buyback, and a civilian step plan. We know it's taken a lot of effort to work these things into the budget, and I think you need to know that we appreciate that. Now, I know that you've been given a lot of numbers over the last few months. Some of those numbers have come from the PPOA, some of them from city staff, some of them from Evergreen. And I know those numbers have changed a few times during that course too. I suspect tonight that you're going to hear that the police are getting a 6% pay increase on average versus the recommended 4.5%. But that on average is factoring in a step increase that over 40% of the officers don't get. Now, I'd like to stand up here and advocate to give the police officers more. I think they deserve it. I think they are 9% below the market average, which is based on common math. But I can't stand up here and only advocate for the police officers. We've been advocating for all city employees since the beginning, and we feel it's only fair to continue to advocate for all the employees. Now, along with that, I want to go on the record as saying, and I want to be very clear on this, the police officers don't want to get more if that's going to cost all the other city employees in the city to lose. That means the civilian step plan, the bilingual pay, the sick time buyback. If any of those three must be given up in order for the police to get a little bit, well, like I said, not at somebody else's expense. Now, employees have read the latest 90-page memo that's coming out. I don't want to step on toes, but I can tell you this, I would not be standing up here right now if the employees agreed with it. They've read it. I've had phone calls, hence the reason I'm standing up here again. I know, and I feel like most of the employees know, that council and staff has worked terribly hard in this budget process. I certainly see that. The employees feel like we can do better. I think we can do a little bit better. We've taken great strides to get this far. But again, I really, really believe that we can do just a little bit better. Employees know that we're locked into whatever you guys decide until the next comp and class survey comes along. You have a chance in this budget to send a clear message to your employees. What do you want that message to be? What do you want it to be? That's all I can add to it, gentlemen. Just the story's in your hands. And Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I know that's all I can speak on to the topic. I know there's a lot of employees in here that can't stay for the entire meeting. They have kids to get in bed or dinner to eat. So if you give them the grace, any employee that needs to leave and go do that, maybe give them a little bit of a couple-minute break to filter out outside the building, not into the lobby where it would disrupt the meeting. I'm sure that would be appreciated, sir.
Yeah. Sergeant Carroll, thank you as always, the professionalism in dressing the body and absolutely representing not only the PPOA but also other employees throughout the city. I know they're appreciative of it, so I thank you very much for that. And we certainly, if people feel inclined they need to leave for the rest of the evening, certainly can do that. But we're going to go ahead and move on with our meeting, and just we'll do what we can to just continue on. But we appreciate you. Thank you. All right. Yeah, we'll just wait just a second. Yeah, we'll take another minute or so just to let the chambers filter out so we can hear, and as well as anything that's online can hear. Just going to wait just a minute, let that filter out. Yep.
Mayor, do we have any more citizen comments? Or
We do,
Okay.
but that they're addressing a specific agenda item. So unless they told us to go ahead of time like Sergeant Carroll did. Yep. So we're gonna get started. We're gonna get started again. All right. I'm going to continue on. I appreciate that. Just that way we had a little break as they exited the chambers. We appreciate everybody else staying on the rest of this evening. We're going to move on with our agenda. So we have first up, it's a public hearing number one. I'll just read into the record the reason for the hearing. It's a public hearing, a request by Eric Langen Applicant on behalf of RCI Holdings, Inc., owner for an approval of a zone change from Business Park 288, BP 288 District to the General Commercial GC District on approximately 18.655 acres of land. General location west of 2850 South Sam Houston Parkway East, Pearland, Texas. So with that, we'll move to the staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is first time here's the public hearing, and as such, we'll give some background and come from our Community Development Department.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Mohammed Birim. I'm with the Senior Planner with the Community Development. This is a request for approval of a zone change from the Business Park 288 District to General Commercial District for 18.5 acres of land located at the southeast corner of State Highway 288 and the Beltway 8. Next slide. I was just waiting for Josh to.
There we go.
Here you go. Thank you. This slide is the zoning map, which shows that this property is zoned in the BB district, Business Park 288 district. The subject property is highlighted by the red lines, and it's several tracts highlighted by the red line. It's gray area that are currently undeveloped. Next slide is views of that subject property from the feeder road, from the tollway. Again, this property is designated as 288 Gateway in the future land use plan. Next slide is the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation. The Planning and Zoning Commission held a hearing on this on August 2nd, regular meeting, and the commission voted to recommend approval of the request by a vote of 5-2. This action represents a positive recommendation to the City Council, and that is my staff report.
All right, thank you. I believe the applicant is here as well. Mr. Langen, you can present applicant's presentation, or I know you also signed up to speak to the agenda item, so either way, thank you. Just, yeah, go to the podium, name and address for the record, and thank you for being here tonight.
Eric Langen, 5404 Pine Street, Bel Air, Texas. What we're proposing, we had talked with the city developers and planning zoning for some time on how to best meet the needs for what we need to for the property, as well as keeping in, I guess, the intent for BP 288 and, you know, what the gateway will look like, you know, the entrance to Pearland would look like. In order to support our sports facility that we want to build there, which will be about 100,000 square feet with 8 basketball courts, over 20 volleyball courts, sports medicine facility, of course, concessions, among other things. We needed to build a small, what we consider a light office industrial park, which will be about anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 square foot units with a small overhead door, a small 200 square foot office and stuff. Places that, you know, painters and contractors would have to park basically a van, so their van's not parked in their neighborhood, stuff like that. There's not really a lot of that use in anywhere in the Pearland area. So we think that this facility would be good. And the idea was to build a very large building in the front, which would be the visible property, visible from the freeway entrance, and the other buildings would be smaller, basically hidden behind the very large building. So you get your light industrial park use, but you don't have to have the view of the vehicles. And the building, basically, the main building would go all the way across the property, and an entrance would be basically a one-way circular drive around, so people would be coming in and out around there. Another concern was parking. The site would have over 625 parking spots. With the overlay, we have landscaping requirements and whatnot, so it allows us to meet all the landscaping and whatnot. We also, RCI owns the property behind this or not behind, the park's behind it, but to the right and kind of beside the two hotels where the Bombshells is there. We own all of that property there as well. So we have extra retention if needed on that about a 9-acre, 8-acre tract we have there as well. So I think we can meet basically all the needs that would be required of us to build that. And I think that, it's kind of been a dream. I've met with prior city councils and with the different committees here trying to build a similar facility on the 288 side. And we just couldn't make it work. There's not enough land there. When the property went bankrupt on the second half of that property, about 11 acres, we were able to pick up that additional 11 acres, which made this site perfect for this type of facility.
All right. That completes your report?
Yep.
All right. Thank you. Moving forward in our public hearing agenda, now we'll open it up to those wishing to speak, both either for or against this proposed request. Just go to the podium, state your name and address for the record. Second request, those wishing to speak in favor or against this proposed request. And then third and final time, those wishing to speak in favor or against this proposed request. All right. So now we'll move to council for questions, comments, concerns from any of the council members. Member Perez?
I get to go first. To the applicant, so I'm sure you're aware of this by now, but the city is exploring their own similar facility. I can't speak for council, but I know I'm supportive of our facility moving forward, which would be in direct competition with yours. I'm sure that there's probably some way that those two can augment each other over time, but I think it's fair for you to know that we'll probably still, there's a possibility we're still likely moving forward with a competitive facility that may be within stone's throw of where you're placing this. I also, there is there's a drainage channel between you and the adjacent property for which you own. I'll be just blunt. I'm not a big fan of the facility that you own to the southwest corner. This would be, if we're going to use this or develop this, it would be a family-oriented business. So I am in support of it, but I'd like us to create a masonry wall on the edge of this facility that separates the two. I think if we're going to have families there, the restaurant isn't, in my opinion, and I'm sure you don't share it, isn't family-oriented. So I'd like to make sure that the two are separated from each other.
The issue with the wall would be to block the access to the hotels, which are very vital to this facility. Your own study that you guys provided, that's a public record for the city, shows that this facility will bring thousands of visitors every weekend to the city of Pearland. Those visitors will be here for 3 days, typically Friday night, Saturday night, and most of the day Sunday, leaving late Sunday for the championship teams. Those people will be staying in hotels in this city. They will be shopping at the Pearland town centers and the surrounding businesses in the city, bringing lots of tax revenue to the city. If you build another facility, fantastic. The Frisco property has over 20 basketball courts. I've looked at the plan that the city has. They're going to build, I think, 8 basketball courts, some indoor football, some other items. Their cost estimate is almost triple ours. And they want to use city bond money. We're using our own private money. We're going to use bank financing through a local bank here, probably through Hometown Bank or Texas Citizens Bank. Will be our lender, and we're going to be using all of our own money for the most part. We've got to see what the total cost is going to be. We may talk to the city about maybe certain concessions for some of the sewer use fees, stuff like that, if we get to the point where it gets above our budget. But as of right now, we believe that we can bring this in within our budget at this time.
I appreciate that. I will say that I'm not going to be in support of incentivizing the development. I can't speak for the rest of council, but I would not be in support of incentivizing the development. I appreciate the proximity of the hotel, and you'd like to get foot traffic. You're probably not getting foot traffic across that ditch regardless. But if you want to build a sidewalk along from the Holiday Inn over to your facility, I wouldn't oppose that. But at least for me, I would prefer that there be a clear separation between the more adult-oriented facility and this family-oriented facility. Otherwise, I'm in support of it.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just restate, this is a zoning consideration, and I'm afraid some of the conversations get into site plan. This isn't a PD or a CUP or any kind of issues like that. So this is a rezoning.
Oh, you know what? That's a great point, because I wanted to ask the other question, and I apologize. I am confusing too, Doug. When we do the GC, does it allow both uses within the zone?
Yes, it does, sir.
Okay, without CUP?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, that's what I said. I apologize. I thought the facility required a CUP with the zone change. So, but I still would I still won't support the incentivization of the project. I still would prefer that we separate the two. That would be my preference.
Understood. We've talked to the Houston Drainage people, our engineers did, when we were looking at building some other stuff on that property. They will allow us to build a footwalk bridge across the drainage ditch there that would give direct access to the hotels. So that was one of the things that's kind of a plus for the parents, because that way they can easily get back and forth. And that'll be make those two hotels very, very popular with the facility.
All I have, Mayor.
Any other councilman? Councilmember Camcar?
Mr. McDonald, this analysis, you had some thoughts, I guess, earlier this month. Can you rehash those really quickly? An email that was sent on August 19th.
There had been questions received regarding this property and its allowance to operate a sexually oriented business, or SOB, which covers a variety of different businesses. This property is bordered on the east by a campground and on the south by a public park. Both of these prohibit the operation of a SOB within 1,000 feet, and therefore the entire property is covered, and no business under an SOB definition would be allowed to operate anywhere on this property.
So I got my Aggie tie on. So that means no strip club, no anything like that. With this CUP change, this zone change, that doesn't apply.
Correct. No matter what the zoning is, SOBs are not tied to zoning. And so it's about the property, its location, its adjacency to other uses. And this property, with its adjacency to a campground, RV park, and a public park, would prohibit any such use on the entire property.
I was discussing with one of the P&Z commissioners about that being here, and this was clarifying it. And we have a lot of misinformation in Pearland. A lot of people who are nervous, who are scared, who don't understand that there are processes and things that are exclusionary or discriminatory to certain uses. In this case, this tract will be discriminated and would not be allowed to have an SOB. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure, because sometimes we don't get that in the public record. So with this change, then, what can be built there is like a warehouse. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, what they're seeking with the office warehouse type use is not an allowable use under the BP 288. And so that's the main reason the request was sent forward, to allow that use, as we understanding, as a financing mechanism to support the property and the use of the sports facility.
And the applicant is not trying to put an SOB here, to the best of your knowledge.
No, we have no desire to do that. We that's Pearland. I grew up here with my kids. My son graduated from Dawson High School. This is a neighborhood. This is not.
As you know,
suburbs are not places for SOBs.
About a lot of things, and I just want to get clarification from the city side and from the applicant side that that's not the use. On the masonry wall or anything else, we need to see more. I agree that this isn't probably the venue for that, but if you're trying to make this a basketball facility, I'm not. There's other people who want to get in the way of basketball. I'm not against basketball. So we'll let somebody else have their weigh in on that. So, but that's all I had, Mayor.
Right, thank you. Any other council members, questions, comments?
I'll just kind of echo that. Did have quite a few people reach out the same, so I appreciate you being here to provide some clarity. And this document that you provided to us was also helpful. And also to further illustrate this, you're looking specifically for the zone change to put these office warehouses in the back where they're not visible from the road, but rather you're trying to have what is visible from the road be something more attractive. Is that
Yes,
intent?
when we first built Bombshells, we came in and met with the same group, or I don't know if the same people, but the same part of the city, and we helped institute a change to BP 288 because BP 288 didn't allow restaurants at the time, and we helped institute a change to include 4,500 square foot or larger sit-down restaurants, and that's what we did with the Bombshells property. So we own about almost 7 acres of frontage right there, plus the retention behind us and the hotels and the 19 acres over there. So we still have 2 more developable sites over there that we want to develop and or sell off at some point to put additional restaurants or a type of business that would be complementary to that use on that side of Pearland. 288 as the interest of the city. When we did that, we met with them. We've seen the improvements and the beautification of the 288, the underpasses, the U-turns. And so we want to build everything to kind of, meet those standards. The additional landscaping, all those types of things are not a problem.
John, real quickly, if this zone change goes through, would there be anything that would prohibit the applicant from making this all office warehouse type?
No, you're rezoning a property. You're not zoning for a specific property. So he's obviously pitching this project as what he's seeking. But realistically, if the project fell through, any use allowed by right under the GC zoning chart would be allowed to be developed.
But still subject to the overlay.
Yeah, the overlay would still be in effect.
Okay.
First 30 feet.
So you still have to have beautification. You'd still have to have certain
setbacks.
I guess wood, metal, brick, masonry requirements. So you still couldn't just go build, some cheap, junk shop. We wouldn't want that.
Right, so there would be an aesthetic foundation, essentially.
Absolutely.
Okay, got it. Okay.
That's my understanding, Nick.
John, do you happen to have a list available of the uses that the zone change would open up, ignoring what's being proposed, because that's the purpose of the zone change. But for whatever reason, once the zone change is made, if this development doesn't move forward, somebody else could buy it and put in anything that's allowed in that zone. So what would we be opening ourselves up to?
While he's looking that up, I mean, the reason for that is it's the dirt rezoning. We're not allowing a particular business, even though that's what's being proposed. If whatever survives down the road, that's the zoning classification that can be utilized. So GC is typically our most open zoning classification. So we want to make sure of that. John, do you have that?
You have a click share, John?
I don't. I'm just looking at the chart. A lot of the ones that are conditional become permitted. The BP2 and the GC. It's a lot more work-oriented. So like antique shops are conditional in 288. They're permitted. Let's see what else. Yeah, they're all the same. There's not a whole lot of difference.
Okay.
And all the CUP ones are pretty much across the board, so those would still stay in place.
The applicant is not trying to do a milk depot, are you?
What?
A milk depot under commercial? It's right above an office warehouse. I just want to make sure.
Oh, no.
No milk depot.
No, just, the idea is to have the office warehouse to support, the rents from the office warehouse will support while we build up the use of the facility. Our estimates show, and I think your actual report that the city had done on these sports facilities, these national tournaments and these very large operators plan things 2 to 3 years out. So the first 2 to 3 years are very rough getting started. We're going to have to do a lot more local tournaments and stuff. But by year number 3, we've already talked. We work with the Lucas Foundation right now, John Lucas, who's one of the assistant coaches for the Houston Rockets and his youth organization. They will be doing some training there, and they're going to help us bring in national tournaments and bring in the national tournament directors, which will get you some of the top. His teams are like rated number 3 and number 5 in the country right now for his under 12 and his under 15 units.
Really briefly, how big is the warehouse possibly? I know we're not getting.
It's 111,000 square feet, approximately up to 78 units.
Okay.
So, John, the warehouse would be permitted in BP 288, but the sports facility would not be? I'm trying to go through it quickly myself under Chapter 2.
The office warehouse development.
It's the other way around. The sports facility is allowed, but the office warehouse is not, I believe.
Or is the office warehouse a CUP under BP? Sorry to catch you off guard, John. My apologies.
Council, Martin Griggs here.
Okay.
The office warehouse is not within the BP 288 zoning district, but it is allowed by right within the general commercial. So that's one of the primary reasons for this zone change request.
Does GC allow the same, a little bit less intensive use is allowed, but accomplishes the same goal?
Correct. In our analysis, in between the BP 288 zoning district and the general commercial, I wasn't here when BP 288 was written, but it looks like they utilized the general commercial zoning district as a template when they wrote BP 288, and then of course took away uses that would not be quite as compatible with what the desire was for high quality office campuses and what was envisioned for BP 288.
Okay. So, Martin, would it be fair to say there's very little daylight between BP 288 and GC? So we're not opening up a whole lot of additional uses.
The main thing would be like a lot of the auto-oriented ones, but they all require a CUP.
Regardless, yeah.
You know, you can have municipal offices now. You couldn't do that under BP 288. So, but yeah, it's mostly either things moving from not allowed to conditional. There's a few conditional that moved to permitted, but because they're more heavily commercial oriented versus the office oriented of the BP 288.
Thank you, John, for the clarification. Again, sorry to put you on the spot.
Woody?
Yeah, Mayor, if I'm not mistaken, I think we met over there a year or so ago to discuss something in this effect, and it's myself and some EDC, 3 people that's on the board with the EDC during that time. You know, as it is, again, we're be zoning the dirt, not building the building. That's there, and you come under the same rules anybody else does within the city of Pearland. And you know, people have mentioned about other type buildings coming in and being that part there. Well, that's not what we're talking about right now. And I know John's put a lot of time and effort into looking at a facility like this to have some sport activities in there, which we weren't looking at it during that period of time. So. Again, I think, you know, what you have here, I don't have a problem with it, you know, to be honest with you. And we're not setting up here to build your businesses as they go through there. As a part of this would be zoning that property or potential use in the future, whatever, you know, I have on there. So my part is that, you know, I know what you're working for to do that, and it looks good. Be able to do that. I know that you pushed this from people that was in basketball and different kind of sports to have an event center for them to go to, which we do not have that now. And so I know some people have spoke about it up here of looking at an opportunity to do that here, but it's nothing that's visualized right now that we are going to do it, you know, to do that. So I think, you know, if we can do it and do it there at that location off of 288 in the Beltway, I personally don't see a problem with it if we're going to come in just on the dirt and build
what you can build within that period, within the.
As you know, we tried to build it beside the bombshells, but we couldn't make it fit. We were going to recapture some of the retention, which is why we bought the first pad site.
Right.
About the first 7 acres, we were going to take 4 acres of that 7, convert it into retention, recapture about 3.8 acres, do an L-shaped deal. We couldn't make the parking work, and the city, all in all, I don't think the city really wanted that facility because it would have been sideways instead of, wouldn't have fit across the property properly. It just wasn't the look. This property, we were able to pick up that other 11 acres a few months back out of a foreclosure from IBC, International Bank of Commerce, and as soon as we got the property, I said, this is it. We can put the property long ways. It's exactly the view that we want from the freeway, from 288. We can make the aesthetics on it right. It's a large enough facility that we can talk with, Houston Methodist or one of the other sports medicine places and put sports medicine in there, have actual sports medicine facility on premises. We can build it very similar to the Round Rock, where the parents and patrons that are watching the games are all upstairs. All the kids are downstairs with a circular flow in and out, so that the games turn easier. So you don't have parents in fights out on the floor, and like you do in some basketball facilities that we've seen. It's just a perfect place for this type of use.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're trying to do and bring into here, and
Both my daughters play AAU basketball, so I'm one of those parents that has to drive. We travel national too, but when we do local tournaments, we have to drive all the way up to the Woodlands. We have to drive all the way out Cypress, at Louetta, to get to the facilities where they have 4 and 5 and 6 court facilities. This with an 8 court full facility like this, it just doesn't exist in Houston right now. So it will be a one-of-a-kind facility in Houston, and I think we will draw a lot of the national. You're close to Hobby Airport, so people can get in and out. At first, I didn't like the RV park next door, but as we're talking to the parents, they're like, we can bring our camper down and stay for 3 days, So, some of the parents like that idea as well. The hotel's right there. The more we shopped it and talked amongst the parents and the groups that I associate with in AAU basketball, the more excited they got. And then when I told the volleyball people they could have 20 courts, there's nothing like that in this area right now.
Well, I appreciate what you're trying to do, and you can do it. More power to you, and we don't have to use.
We definitely have the wherewithal to get it done. It's just a matter of time, right? We just got to.
Member Little?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I commend you for what you're doing. I think it's something that would be great for the city of Pearland. You've obviously done your homework. You have some support in marketing with Lucas. And the change from BP 288 to general commercial is not that drastic of a change. Like John said, the only thing that might be there that would be undesirable would be auto related, and it would have to go through the CUP process. So I'm not going to not agree with it, because you might potentially compete with the city of Pearland one day on a similar facility. So
we'll just complement each other, I promise.
I don't have a problem with it.
The more courts you have, the bigger you get, the bigger your tournaments are, the bigger your facilities become. Frisco's learned that. I mean, if you look at Frisco, they've built in Irving, Texas now. And when you go to tournaments up there, because I've taken my kids up there a lot, you play in Irving one day, you play in McKinney one day, you play in Frisco. So, I mean, you can't overbuild it at this point. At some point, I guess you get to that overkill, but Houston is nowhere near that right now.
Member Carbone?
Thank you, Mayor. I think one of the big questions Councilman Camcar got on the record about SOB, is there going to be any type of food or beverages served here?
Concessions, basically.
Any alcohol?
No.
Okay. All right.
No, you don't want alcohol in AAU facilities. Parents are bad enough.
Yeah.
No offense to the parents, I'm one of them, but there's enough emotion in those games. You don't need liquor.
Yep. And yeah, we've got a RV park right next door. I don't see the BP 288 to GC, even if the plans, I hope not. I look forward to this, but even if the plans go belly up, it's GC next to GC. So I don't have any problem with the zoning.
Member Orlando, do you have anything?
No, I feel the other members addressed it adequately.
Perfect. All right. Any other questions, comments? All right, then we'll call this public hearing to an end, and I'll ask Member Owens, put new business item number 1 on the table, if you would. Should be right in front of you.
Keep my mic on here. Consideration possible action, first reading of ordinance number 2000M-215. I so move.
Second, Hernandez.
Motion and a second. And just as reiterated, Planning and Zoning did approve this with a 4-2 vote, so just a regular majority is required. With that, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar? Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little?
Aye.
Member Perez?
Aye.
The motion carries 6-0.
7-0.
Oh, 7-0, sorry.
All right. All right, we will move to public hearing number 2. For the record, this public hearing is a request by Curtis Warren, applicant on behalf of Jung Kwok, owner, for an approval of conditional use permit for an adult daycare business use within a neighborhood services district to accommodate an adult daycare center within a leased space in an existing retail center. Location is 7930 Broadway Street, Suite 118. With that, we'll move to the staff report.
Go ahead, Mohammed.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a request for approval of a conditional use permit for a adult daycare use in the neighborhood service district, also known as NS, to accommodate an adult daycare center within a leased space in an existing retail center, approximately 5.5 acres, located at 7930 Broadway Street, Suite 118. The next slide is the zoning map of the property, and it shows that the property is surrounded by commercial uses from north, west, and east, and multifamily from the south side. The property is designated as retail, offices, and services on the land use. This is a view of the existing facility on the property. And the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission had this on their regular meeting on August 2nd, and members of the commission were overwhelmingly in support of the request. That's the staff report. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mohammed. Moving to the applicant. Are the applicants here? Feel free, if you've got a applicant presentation, to address council with your thoughts of your business. And thank you for being here. Yeah, please give your name and address for the record.
Yes, I will. My name is Curtis Warren. It's my wife, Tracy. Address for business is 7930 Broadway Street here in Pearland. Basically, we have adult daycare. We basically, it's non-medical. We have basically guests to come in. We accommodate them, you know, parents, either people with special services or special needs. We accommodate them from 7 to 5, Monday through Friday. That's the basis of our, we feed them 2 meals and a snack. So we just appreciate, and we offer non-emergency transportation.
Awesome. Thank you much.
Just appreciate all you guys' time. Thank you. God bless.
All right, thank you. If we have questions, we might have a question or two. So I don't know if council will. But next part of our public hearing is those wishing to speak in favor or against this proposed request. Go to the podium, give your name and address for the record, please. Second request, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. And then third and final time, those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Seeing none, we'll move forward in the agenda to ask questions, comments, concerns from council. Anybody have anything?
So I would just like to say, you know, I'm very sensitive to these. I have a family who lives in group homes and use these types of facilities. I just, you know, wanted to say that I hope your facility is very successful. You seem like very nice people, and I hope that your heart is in the right place. I have too many times seen these types of facilities that are run poorly. So just, you know, putting my faith in you to run a business in the city where I have people that I love dearly, and a lot of our residents here that utilize these types of facilities and put their faith and trust in individuals like you. And so, I hope that you bring, like I said, a great service, a great quality product to our city. This is something that I've had many long conversations about these types of facilities, and they're definitely welcome here. But please, like I said, I'm placing my faith in you. So,
Yes, no problem. You're welcome. And also, we are open for visit. If you want to come by and look at the facility, we're open now. So,
Wonderful. Wonderful. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, we'll close this public hearing and move to new business item number 2. If Member Perez, would you place that on the table, please?
Surely, Mayor, consideration possible action on resolution number R 2021-CUP 21-00023. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion. Excuse me. We have a motion and a second. We had questions, comments, or opportunity for. So, Madam Secretary. Oh, and even though Planning and Zoning doesn't make a recommendation on here, they did overwhelmingly support this in their comments. So, with that, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Perez,
Aye.
Member Owens,
Aye.
Member Orlando,
Aye.
Member Camcar,
Aye.
Member Hernandez,
Aye.
Member Little. The motion carries 6-0.
Yeah, just for the record on that vote, Member Carbone stepped out for a minute.
Yes.
Moving forward in our agenda, public hearing number 3. It's a public hearing and a request. Ravi Von Goal, applicant on behalf of Pearland, Maine LLC, owner for an approval of conditional use permit for cigars, tobacco, e-cigarette shop, retail only use within the general commercial district to accommodate approximately 1,500 square foot vape shop in an existing multi-tenant commercial center at 1909 North Main, Suite 101. With that, we'll open up staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is a request for approval of a conditional use permit for cigars, tobacco, or e-cigarette shop, retail only within the general commercial district to accommodate approximately 1,500 square foot vape shop within an existing multi-tenant commercial center on approximately 1.1 acre lot located at 1909 North Main Street, Suite 101. The zoning map in the next slide shows the property surrounded by commercial uses. It is zoned general commercial and it's developed with a multi-tenant building. Next slide is the view of that existing building on the property facing Main Street, and this is where the vape shop will be located. Next slide is the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission. A hearing was held on August 2nd, regular meeting, and the commission, four members of the commission expressed support for this request. 2 members were not for it, and 1 member was on the fence. And that concludes the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. We'll move. Is the applicant present? All right. Feel free if you have an applicant presentation, just name and address for the record, please. Thank you for being here.
My name is Ravi Pangol. I am a resident of Sugarland, but I own business in Rosenberg as well as in Stafford. I am an owner of 2 businesses. I own a packaging business which packages a lot of FDA regulated stuff. We are an FDA regulated facility based out of Rosenberg. All the packaging that is going to see in the stores is done out of an FDA facility. And then I also own an e-commerce business. When we sell these, we also sell online, which is regulated by the Texas Department of Health and Safety. So we have to have a FDA food registration. We need to have like a Texas Department of Health and Safety certification to package and sell these stuff. So we are trying to get these FDA regulated products into the market. So when a lot of people think about like vape shops and different things, they think about like, okay, this guy is selling some crazy stuff here. Like Adrian said, like, we are trying to be very responsible of what we are trying to bring to this community. So just wanted to make sure that I'm very clear here saying that we are not trying to be in head shop. We are trying to be a responsible community members and trying to sell products which we make and which we feel comfortable selling in the market.
That's what I need to say.
All right, thank you. Moving forward in our public hearing, now turning to those wishing to speak for or against this proposed request. Go to the podium and give your name and address. Second request, for those wishing to speak in favor or against this proposed request. And third and final time, those wishing to speak in favor or against this proposed request. Seeing none, we'll move to the council for questions, comments, concerns. Member Owens?
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to change my vote on this. And one of the main reasons, on this makes, 3 or 4 that's been up here in the last month and a half to come in. And one that was wanted to stay open 24 hours a day. If this is approved, this will be 6 within a 3-mile radius. I just think that's getting to be too many, to be quite honest with you. And for that reason, I'll just say, as it is right now, when it comes time to vote, I'll vote no on it. I think it's just too many that we have within a small radius of an area.
Any other questions, comments from council? Member Camcar?
I think Member Owen said it for me. I appreciate that you're not trying to do it 24 hours a day, trying to get my hit any time of the day like the last applicant, but I think 6 and 3 miles is a lot, and a city deserves to identify its needs and wants, and I just don't think the city needs another vape shop. And it's nothing against the owner or the applicant, it's just how I feel about it. So I'm going to probably support Member Owens.
Yeah, in addition to my comments the previous time, just about the people of the city being able to use the zoning process and the conditional use process to decide the character of their community. I serve along with several or multiple other members on the Pearland Prosperity Plan, which lays out the vision for the future of the city of Pearland. One of those 7 strategies is corridors and maintaining beautiful corridors, specifically 35, 288, and 518, making those more presentable. And in fact, the EDC has spent $29.3 million on improving and beautifying 35. And so to me, this kind of flies in the face of that investment. And for that reason, I'm not going to be able to support it.
Any other questions, comments?
Quick comment.
Oh,
Are you going to be selling cigars there? Like in a
Yes, sir. I could not hear your question. What was the question again?
Are you going to be selling cigars? Like
Yes, sir.
Humidor.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Noted.
Member Perez? Did you? Oh, I thought you were reaching for your mic.
So, Mayor, I know that planning and zoning, at least several of the commissioners had mentioned that because this kind of met the parameters of the CUP, that they would move forward with it. And I think that they look at this through a very particular lens. I think that we probably often use a little bit more discretion in this. And to Member Orlando's point, we really try to think about the feedback we get from the community, and in particular, what we want the brand of the city to be. And so I've been very consistent on this, and maybe had you provided more illustration as far as maybe what you had said a comment about, we're not trying to be a head shop, and I can respect that, but I really didn't see anything in here that would show me that this would be different from any other vape shop. So
We can go back and put a presentation for you and show what kind of products we sell and what we are envisioning. If that's what you like to do.
Well, I think that time is probably come, right? So we're at the point where you're making your presentation now, but I've been very consistent on this, and like I said, I think generally use a little bit more discretion based on the feedback we receive from our constituency, and obviously each one of us up here represents the entirety of the city, but we have generally people that reach out to us as individually versus other members. They feel comfortable talking to one of us versus the others, and at least the people with whom I dialogue on a regular basis have very clearly stated that there are too many vape shops in the city already. So I will be voting no, but I appreciate you being here this evening.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to call this. Member Carbone, did you have one? Okay.
I'll say real quick. I'm not excited about having another vape shop, but at the same time, that the strip center can sit there vacant, and I don't know. In terms of so many in the area, having liquor stores, let the market play itself out. So that's where I lean.
All right.
I'm with Member Carbone. I was the one that introduced having vape shops in the CUP, so that the planning and zoning and those in the community could speak out if it was near them and they did not want it. I've not seen that there's a whole lot of people opposing in opposition to this. Proximity to other competitive businesses. I mean, like I said, I've said this in the past. CVS and Walgreens are often right across the street from each other. They seem to do well. The market will play itself out. I mean, I can certainly count to 4. I doubt that I'll change any minds, but I don't think that this was not what we were trying to do with the CUPs, is just arbitrarily say no because we don't necessarily like the character. I think it's given an opportunity for people to voice an opposition if it's something that they don't want to live next to.
You often heard it said that McDonald's was Burger King's market study. So they would locate in proximity to one. They've already done the market study. We don't need to do it.
Yeah, I think we're in the development community. I've never heard a developer that wants to be the first one through the door, but as soon as somebody opens the door, everybody goes in.
Exactly. All right, with that, I'm going to draw a close to this public hearing, switching to new business item number 3. Member Little, would you place that on the agenda, on the table, please?
Yes, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R 2021-CUP 21-00025. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I think we've had discussion and comments. Appreciate those. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Yes, sir. Member Little?
Aye.
Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
No.
Member Orlando?
No.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
No.
Member Hernandez?
No.
The motion fails 3-4.
All right, thank you for that. We'll move to, consent agenda. I had received one, and it was item B as in Bravo to remove. Are there any others to remove from the consent agenda? Seeing or hearing none, Member Camcar, would you place the consent agenda item on A through, I think it's N as in Nancy, with the exception of B as in Bravo?
All right. B and N.
You're removing N?
Oh, is that what you said?
No, only B.
Only B.
Only B, yeah.
And John, the consent agenda had that nice lady that we harassed, and I don't want to pull that, so we can reestablish that in the minutes. But I just want to let you know, I hope that lady got her money back. Okay, cool.
All right.
So I won't pull that then. Great. All right, so the consent agenda with the exceptions, sorry. A through N with the exception of beta B, so moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Thank you for that. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little? Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
The motion carries 7-0 to adopt the consent agenda with exception of item B.
Okay, and when we get towards the end, I'm going to go ahead and ask for the consent agenda item to be placed before the budget talk. That way, just kind of get it done, and we'll complete our evening with the budget talk tonight. So,
Mayor, just I want to congratulate Mr. McDonald to appointment to the GCWA.
yes,
That's a big deal, so congratulations.
yeah. Very good. All right, moving to new business continued. Item number 4. Mayor Pro Tem, would you place that on the table for consideration?
Yes, sir. Mayor, consideration and possible action, resolution number R 2021-188, so moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Into staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a required action to review and approve the city secretary's determination on the local option petition that was duly circulated, and determination was that they did not meet the requirements for the number of votes to place on the ballot. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. I believe we have one member of the public that signed up to speak on new business item, I guess, number 4.
Yes, sir, Mayor. We do have Mr. Jimmy Davis who has signed up, so if you would please make your way to the podium, staff, if you wouldn't mind putting up that 3-minute timer for Mr. Davis. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you for being here this evening.
Jimmy Davis, 5004 Combsville Street, Pearland 77584. Honorable Mayor and Council, I want to express my appreciation and gratitude for all the work the City Secretary's office put in to validate the petition to repeal the 51% rule. Having reviewed the petition signatures myself, it was no small task, so kudos on doing it so quickly. I have to express my surprise as some people signed the petition multiple times, and especially surprise happened from some of the leadership. The PEBC and some of its leadership was communicating that with a week or two to go, they were thousands behind the goal. To learn that some of the leadership proceeded to sign multiple times after publicly saying they were behind is concerning. If this is ever attempted again, which it may not be since I've heard this is the third time it was attempted and failed, I hope that the leadership of that group don't make the same mistakes again. Earlier this year, some questions were asked about DUI data. I did some research comparing DUI statistics as provided by TxDOT. I compiled data from 2014 to 2019. I looked at Pasadena and Sugar Land. They're near us, comparable size, and they allow bars. Pasadena's population was 19% higher. Sugar Land was 5% lower. 2 categories were measured: DUI-related deaths and DUI-related crashes. The numbers from TxDOT were adjusted to reflect proportionate size. Adjusted, Pasadena had 178% more deaths and 215% more crashes. Sugar Land had 25% fewer deaths, but 33% more crashes when also adjusted for the population difference. I would like to thank Councilman Orlando for sharing on his councilman page about the Belonging Gaming Center that'll be coming to Pearland. That's really awesome news. I wanted to thank him on his post, but I can't because I'm blocked from commenting. I'd encourage Councilman to unblock so when he asks for citizen input and shares information in the future, we can actually comment and provide thoughts. I'm also glad to see that the 51% rule isn't keeping this great family entertainment away. Please keep up the good work bringing in family entertainment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you for that. We'll open it up to questions, comments from council. But ahead of that, I'd just like to say a couple of things. And again, the city secretary's office and our leadership walking through all of that, it was a mountain of paperwork. Walked in there and they had petitions organizing and getting it going. Great job putting all that together. It wasn't easy. And I want to say this to anybody that was involved in the petition drive, whether a supporter or against it, or anybody who took on a task of helping to organize. I had the task of being interviewed on the what's his name? Michael Berry show last week, and he asked about this. And my comment to him was, this was classic grassroots at its best. It's petitioning your government to change. We don't always like the way it's going to change, or we may like the way it's going to change. But it was the opportunity to go and petition your government for change. And that's what the law spells out. And that's what was done. And so anybody involved in that, I want to say thank you for being a part of your community. You have ideas you want to change, you're bringing them forward. And I don't see anything wrong with that. Okay, we can, as a society and as a community, we can debate the merits, whether or not we personally like it. And if it had gotten to the ballot, we would all have the opportunity to go to the voting box and once and for all have our wishes known. So I appreciate everybody that put forth and did that. And so, we can now kind of put this aside and move on to other things. If it does come back, we have an idea of what that looks like moving forward. So with that, I'll open it up to any other council questions, comments, concerns.
Yes, Mayor. I just want to first of all thank the city, the staff. They put up with a lot of nonsense, on the internet, a lot of nonsense from the people involved. There's questions on data and accuracy and looking at things one way or the other. But what is not in question is people put time, energy, and effort. That is not in question. I will tell the mayor, thank you. You probably got a lot of harassing calls and a lot of what the heck's going on with this. And you weren't part of the organization. A lot of the members on this dais were not part of that. If you got harassment, calls, angry messages, or texts, I apologize to the council members involved. It's not fair to you. You weren't involved with it. And I get it. It's not fun to get those messages. To the people who agreed with it, I'm glad you got the chance to at least put your thoughts out there. For the people who disagreed with it, I hear you. Everybody gets to decide the place that we live together. The most important thing that I look at is the people should have the right to vote. Period. End of story. You're either for democracy or you're not. It's very clear. If you're for democracy, having people vote is not a bad thing. Period. End of story. Now, the threshold due to the state charter is high, admittedly high. It's only going to get higher as more people get here. But I think people having the right to vote is a good thing. So there's one member who remained nameless who put a lot of energy and effort, campaign on making Pearland better. This item is on the Pearland Prosperity Plan. This is a plan that was voted by a majority of the council. And so this is not somebody's far left or far right idea. And so if you have a problem with what the plan of Pearland is, you got to come and talk to us and tell us that this is not what you wanted the plan. But somebody actually did something about it and didn't talk about it. I have an immense amount of respect for people who talk is cheap and actually do something. And I have a lot of respect for the persons who work their butt off to do that. And I hope that one day maybe we can address this. I still would like my wife to have a wine bar to go to in the city of Pearland. I hope your wife, the First Lady of Pearland, would have a place where she can go to have a wine bar. But that's my thoughts. Like I said, I apologize to the body who got calls and energy and negative feedback on this issue. A lot of people were not involved with that, but I think they showed a lot of grace in how they handled it. So those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mayor.
Very much appreciative. I don't have a problem with any questions that I received, good, bad, or indifferent. I just tried to bring fact to whatever questions they had. Tried to bring unbiased opinion one way or the other to the issue. Really tried to stay out of it because I didn't want my position swaying one way or the other. But yeah, it comes with the territory. But I appreciate the sentiment. Any other questions or comments?
So, Mayor, I'll just add to Member Kamkar's, since he hasn't been here as long as I have, but I haven't been here nearly as long as some of you have. But when I did come in 2008, this issue was being talked about in 2008 even, and I remember having conversations with members of the chamber at the time when I just opened my business, kind of getting the new guy in town and trying to establish relationships. This was something that I remember the chamber wanting to do back then, and I'd been thinking about it for such a long time, and whenever I got onto council, having these conversations again, always trying to think of new ways to better the city, and I'd been having these conversations for a long time, and whenever we finally started to go down that road, things just moved very quickly. But the feedback on the previous attempts was always, it was a very high threshold, and that was no joke. I mean, this was probably 10 times the amount of just work than a campaign, which is a lot. I mean, when you're campaigning it's like you feel like you're never sleeping. You're just up constantly. You're walking 1,000 miles a week, And I'll say that this for sure, and to Member Kamprow's point, there was another member up here that I think put in so much more effort. I think at the end of the day, we all look through this through different lenses, but whether you're for or against, at the end of the day, you want what's best for the city. And, so I can very much appreciate the effort that went into this for everyone who was involved, because, again, at the end of the day, we want a better Pearland. We just obviously have different ideas of what that means. But this has been in the works for a long time. And I'm one of those people. I just want people to vote. And so, this is now just a procedural thing. I don't want to, beat it to death. So I'll just leave it at that. But like I said, this has been going on for a while. And it was just an interesting experience being a part of this.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any Any other questions?
Yeah, I'll go quickly, Mayor. I'll say that it's disappointing that the people of Pearland will have to wait to vote on this in the future. As has been mentioned, this has been a long-term priority for, identified in our collaborative meetings, like on the Pearland Prosperity Plan, identified by the Chamber of Commerce. So it seems that the way the state law is set up, it is easier to have a big corporate push rather than a grassroots push, which is unfortunate, but that's the nature of it. So I suspect that when we see this again, that will be how we see it. A couple other things just wanted to address since I have the opportunity. As far as signatures, is very clearly delineated, including on the mayor's page, that every single signature would be validated. And so there was never a risk of any signature being counted twice. The people that reviewed the signatures might also note that on some, the very first person signed their name, but didn't put their address or any of the other information needed to verify the signature, leading to an entire page being insufficient. And so giving an example of that, is all that was being done. We asked the people to strike through those if they missed some. Again, certainly nothing nefarious when every single signature was publicly stated was going to be verified. So that's completely baseless. I'll also say, again, while I have the opportunity, I do not own, operate, and have never been affiliated with an Airbnb in the city of Pearland. And also, Mr. Davis, if you'd like to be unblocked from the page, I don't even know that you are blocked, but since you have me blocked on Facebook, I can't see what you post. So there runs an issue there being a page admin and not being able to respond to that. So don't really like talking about that at city council meetings, but have to address the pipeline of misinformation that continues to be out there. So thank you. Maybe that's hilarious to some, but it's the case, and it's the reality that people, I'll just say this kind of more candidly, people want to know why do we have such a hard time getting like good people to run for political office? Like, there's a reason, because somebody comes up and puts your mom and dad's address out there for no reason in a crowded room full of people, and people send you death threats, and you're looking outside your home at night and see the light shining in. And that's why. And maybe we can all reflect on why, what responsibility each of us play in that. But I mean, that's why. I mean, it's not super fun to sit up here and make $700 just to continuously have to bat down, whether it's people saying that you want to kill a bunch of babies, or whether it's people saying that you're running an Airbnb out of your parents' house, making $100,000 a year, unbeknownst to literally anyone else. But regardless, that's the nature of it. I signed up for it, and I'm happy to continue to do it because it's worth it to me to give back to my community. But when you want to say, why do other people not want to when they're leading their everyday lives? You want to talk about cancel culture, all that? I mean, that's what it is. So I think we can all reflect on that, and I'm glad we're closing out this process today. We can move on with the city's business, but there's some things that we have to continue to improve just as part of our civic culture if we want to get stuff done. So,
and Mayor, really briefly, this is a one-off thing. This doesn't happen regularly, but there was no SOP process that was codified. I do think going forward, having something very clear on how do we delineate, because what is there is written in the state charter, and then there's optional items. I think a very clear delineation on here's the SOP, how do we do this? There was a lot of, as we go forward, we're figuring this out. And I think for the folks who, when you want to go out there and do a petition because you don't like something on here, you would like an SOP to say, if I wanted to get a recall on something, what is the process? Well, right now, there isn't really a process. There's not a document that says, here's what we go do. There's a charter that says, I have X date to go do something, but it's not delineated who's validating signatures. The validation process is not spoken to in the charter. So what I would just tell you, Mayor, is one of those things that we do housekeeping on every now and then when there's hopefully a slow time at the city is, can we figure out what is the process? Right. Because there's not one document we can pull off a website or an email. And that would be one thing as how do we close the gaps? Right. That's just something out of this process that I've learned. So
good comments. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little? Aye. Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
aye.
The motion carries 7-0.
All All right, thank you. Moving on, item number 5, Member Carbone.
Thanks, Mayor, because I believe I have to read this whole thing.
That's
Consideration possible action, resolution R 2021-182, a resolution of City Council, City of Pearland, Texas, authorizing the power of eminent domain to acquire fee title interest to certain real property for the Willow Crest Detention Pond project, being a tract of land containing 4.8160 acres, situated in the HT and BRR Company Survey A-640 in Brazoria County, Texas, out of lots 19 and 20 of West Zielinski's subdivision, a subdivision plat recorded under volume 29, page 43 of deed records of Brazoria County, and also being residue of a tract as conveyed unto Semper Avant LLC by deed records under County Clerk's file number 98-038672, the official public records of Brazoria County, Texas, for the construction, maintenance of detention pond improvements on certain real property described herein, authorizing a city attorney or his designee and other city officials to take such actions as are necessary to acquire said property located within the city by donation, purchase, or by the exercise of the power of eminent domain. So moved.
Second.
okay. We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Yes, Mayor and council members, this is, again, an eminent domain matter. This is for the Willow Crest Detention Pond project, and I'll defer any questions about that specific project to the project staff. But essentially what's here before the council this evening is we've been negotiating with the property owner for the acquisition of the property. We're just too far apart on price. And so the next step in that process is to make a final offer to them, which has been done. We now then have to come to the council to determine a public necessity for that property. That's what this resolution does. It now affords us the opportunity to actually go in and file the case. Just so you'll know, that the city is continuing to work with the property owner, and we think that there's still a chance that we can get this resolved. But as you know, anytime you're in negotiations, something like this, we still have to move forward with the project, and we can't negotiate forever. And what this does is it puts some finality on that. It makes it real for everybody. We understand that this project is moving forward. The only issue moving forward is going to be the value of the property at that point. And so we'll continue to negotiate and hopefully reach a resolution, and if not, we'll acquire the property through the eminent domain hearing.
Mr. Coker, would you, since this is in a public setting, give a very brief description of when we go to acquire, whether it's for a detention pond or right-of-way, for a road widening or, something like that. It's not like we just go and lowball a price. We go through a process. Describe that process briefly.
Right. Well, when the city identifies a specific project, whether it be, and it may be a water line, it could be a sewer line. In this case, it's a detention pond project. And we're going to acquire property interest. In this case, it's fee title interest, meaning we're acquiring all the property rights. Sometimes it may just be an easement interest. But regardless of what property right we're trying to obtain, what we have to do next is we have to then go out and get an appraisal of that property to determine what the fair market value is, because we do have the right to go out and acquire property for public projects, but we're also required to provide and make and offer what is considered to be the fair market value. Now, what we determined by our appraisal to be fair market value is not the final word. The property owner also has the right to get their own appraisal, or if they even don't want to do that, they can come to us with supporting documentation and information that we can consider and negotiate toward arriving at what we believe is the fair market value on the property. And so, and just so you'll know, traditionally in cases, of course, we've had projects where we've acquired more than 80 parcels for a project, and then we have some where it's as few as 1 or 2. But traditionally, what we call the eminent domain rate, where we have to actually go through this process, it's usually about 10% of the property. So it's not a large percentage. And even those that we do initiate this process, a high number of those actually do get resolved before hearing. So, but this is just part of that process. And like I said, we continue to negotiate with property owners all the way up until.
Good deal. Any other questions, comments from council?
Yeah, I got one. That's a pretty high price on this, to be quite honest with you. Right across, I guess, to the west side of Makawa, that area over there is vacant. I don't know, Trent, is a problem of seeing that over there as an opportunity? And not at this location, it'd just be about 40 feet across over there.
Sure. This property is vacant as well, so I'm not sure that the appraisal would come out much different between the two properties. And I don't know if this is sized properly for what we need as well, or if the piece of property you're talking about sized properly.
All right, so the second question is,
The other part is this one is located adjacent to the expansion of Town Ditch that we did several years ago. So it is right there on the receiving stream.
yeah, it is. And the thing about it is bottom line is this is where it needs to go. I mean, we're far apart at the dollar amount quite a bit on there. And I think for this piece of property there, to dig it out for detention, it's very, very costly. Our price about $375 a square foot, so that's pretty heavy. And I don't know if we're going to be able to get to it or not, but I think that's quite a bit of money for that area there. And I'm just wondering, there's another location that would be equivalent to that we could do that for the storage and detention.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't we at 90% design on this?
We're very close on completing the design, but as I stated, this one's located adjacent to Town Ditch. That's where it's got to be located to receive the flows as well as discharge the flows. If we located it on the other side of McCowa, we would have to build drainage infrastructure to get it underneath McCowa, and that would drive the cost up. Also, I don't know if that property to the west side is of sufficient size, and it would appraise with the same comps. So I think it would appraise at the same value, the same
The only reason
volume of land.
Yeah, the only reason I said that, if we go across the other side, of course, we're going to be taking McCowan and widening it anyway at some point in time, probably near term. So, I mean, it wouldn't be any problem of getting the water, over to the other side into the ditch. But I'm just.
Well, it would increase the cost. It would increase the cost to do that.
Yeah.
Of the construction work, and I think the land would be of comparable cost.
Is there any way we could check and find out and see?
Darren, I think based on the appraisal that was done for this property, if we did an appraisal across the street, it would have the same comparable parcels, which drive the value of the appraisal, and we'd come out at the same dollars.
Yeah, and you would incur the additional cost to go out and have another appraisal done. And at this stage, I think, given the point we're at with respect to the design of the project, I think it would be, you'd have to go back and redesign for a different parcel of property.
Mr. Representative, what was the appraisal value? I know we're talking a little abstractly, just to add some color.
I can address that. So the city's appraisal is at $786,690, and the property owner's appraisal came back at $1.4 million. And just so you'll know, this is not anything out of the ordinary on a project like this to have a discrepancy in the appraised value. And that's why, and as a matter of fact, more than likely what will happen before we could ever, assuming we went to the process of having and I probably should have gone to this a little bit more about what the city does. We actually go to a hearing. It's called a special commissioner's hearing. And that's the first step in this process. 3 disinterested property owners hear testimony from both sides regarding the value of the property. That special commissioner's hearing then does what's called an award of the special commissioners. And then that award gets filed. And then once that award is done, the city actually gets possession of the property, and we can go ahead and initiate construction and gain entry to the property to do what we need to do. That then we deposit that money with the registry of the court. So whatever the award of the commissioners is, gets deposited. Both parties have the right to appeal that, and then they would appeal that to a county court, and then the county court judge would then hold a trial to determine the value of the property. Just in 25 years of being here, we've actually had 2 cases of all the properties we've acquired that actually 3 that actually went to trial. They typically all get resolved either prior to the special commissioner's hearing or after. And it's not uncommon for a judge to also order mediation of the parties to try to reach a settlement. So that's just sort of a little bit about that process, and what we're seeing here with the value discrepancy is not unusual.
Yeah, I think it could be worth noting that across the road, that parcel might actually come back higher because it's the actual corner, whereas this one is just off corner, 100, 200 feet. So, you know, it may actually be more. And then we've got the cost of bringing it under Makawa. And I know Makawa's in final design, but this project is ready to be let in the next 2 months-ish, somewhere in that ballpark. So it would put the people of Willowcrest even further behind on getting these improvements.
Where's this detention on there of collecting the water to go into that area? Is that going to be pretty significant within a drainage plan through there? It's going.
This is to provide additional detention capacity for the Willowcrest drainage project that we're doing. So once we went through all the analysis with the multitude of projects in that area, DD4 did the box culverts along Makawa. We also had to coordinate the Makawa Road improvements and the drainage for that along with the Willowcrest. And so once all of that was coordinated, we needed some additional detention capacity. We looked at multiple sites beyond just this specific area. When we moved and looked at different sites, the requirements for detention increased, therefore would have required additional land. So this was really the ideal place to locate it adjacent to Town Ditch, you know, where it can take the water off Town Ditch and then restrict it as it's released back into Town Ditch.
Okay, so it's going to pick up also the water coming in from 518 down Makawa to this point on Orange.
It's all hydraulically tied together, but the purpose for adding this additional detention was the Willowcrest project. And as Mayor Cole mentioned, the project, but for acquiring this piece of property, is very close to being ready to move forward. And our expectation is that as we complete the land acquisition, we should have everything ready to have it out for bids, delivering those important drainage improvements for those folks in those neighborhoods.
Aaron, how long we've been working on this? A long time.
It's been a while. I know Anthony Vu and heads our property acquisition. He's been working with the property owner for some time, and the property owner has granted the city the ability to go on to do our geotech and gave us right of entry for that. Sometimes we will actually seek a right of entry, since the only issue moving forward is value. We'll ask a property owner for a right of entry. Go ahead and at least initiate the project, because and in this particular case, the property owner opted not to grant the right of entry for that. Completely their right, understand. And so, but it's been going on for a while, and it's my understanding that this particular project has been in need for a while and has become pretty urgent to serve that community over there.
Okay.
Questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary will call for the vote.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Kamkar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little? Aye. Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
The motion carries 7-0.
All right. We leave off. Mr. Orlando, would you place number 6 on the table, please?
Sure, Mayor. Consideration and possible action resolution number R 2021-189. So moved.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Pleased to bring you for consideration an important element of our ongoing work for our surface water treatment plant, which is well under construction. And this particular element is for the supervisory control and data acquisition system for that plant, but it is not a standalone from the sense of it has to integrate with the whole system. As we outlined in the memo, refer you to page 6 of 23 of that section. We outlined the 8 major components of that and some of the work that's involved and the complexity of that and the redundancy that's required, how that fits in with not only the servers on site there, part of the extensive technology that will monitor the production of water and the distribution of that into the system for drinking water every day, all year. And then, so the elements there, obviously complex, and working with the contractor towards that. And then if you could turn to the next slide. Then there's another section that talks about the schedule for this. We are, timing all this and making sure that the acquisition of this SCADA system fits in and is timed correctly so that it's available. We have time to shake it down and test it out when we're ready to start producing water. And that's noted in this section, and how that does fit in with standardizing the technology and making sure that everybody's comfortable with that as we go forward on this. We are looking at bringing the plant into test in late 22, and then bringing raw water into the system in early 23. And so to do that, we really have to move forward with this particular element tonight, and amendment of the contract with CDM Smith for the SCADA, about $900,000 for that. Nothing to add.
All right, thank you for that. We do have a citizen that signed up to speak to this.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. We have Mr. Jimmy Davis, who would like to speak on this item. Mr. Davis, you know the drill. We could put the 3 minutes up for Mr. Davis's comments. Thank you.
I'll be very brief. Jimmy Davis, 5004 Combsville Street, Pearland 77584. In reviewing the proposed contract amendment with CDM Smith, I didn't see what the other bids were. I appreciate that CDM Smith designed the treatment process and the major components. As a result, familiarity is a factor. And according to the write-up, we're still within the budget. That's really great. However, considering the city is proposing a 9% water rate increase, and this is debt that will impact water rates in the future, I'd like to know how much of a premium this familiarity carries. I'd like to know how much, how many other companies bid on it, what those bids were. If it's a difference of 5% or more, what are the dangers of going with another company? As it stands, this $971,000 represents a 13.65% increase to the contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Mayor, if I could clarify, this is a professional services contract, so these are not bid, I believe, by state law. Darren or Trent can correct me. And this is a continuation of the work that CDM's done with at the other plants, and so it is integral and would need to continue with them as our recommendation. Thank you.
Trent, you want to add to that?
No, I think everything Clay said is correct, and it is professional services, not subject to bid.
Woody?
Yeah, this CDM contract and where you're coming at from on there, Jimmy, they had a design and original contract of $5.2 million. Then there was a previous amendment to it for $1.9 million. And so that brought it to 7.1. And it's my understanding, with this one, it was $971,000. It'll bring it up to $8.1 million total for them. And it's my understanding that they're at this point now, they're doing some additional SCADA on other facilities that we have in the city right now. Is that Trent?
Yes, sir.
So is this in addition of what they want to do on the SCADA on this one? Is this in addition to those other projects that we have SCADA in?
This is the work specific to the surface water plant, and so the other work we have going on is all of our other water and wastewater facilities that aren't undergoing expansion or construction like JHEC. And so through that process, we're looking at all of our other facilities. We determined what our standard system was going to be, and all the equipment that goes with this. So this is the design of this specific SCADA system for the water plant under those parameters decided under the larger SCADA project.
Yeah, well, in our other ones.
One thing I'd add is that both of the adds to this contract were planned on. These weren't, added because of anything else. They were planned as part of the different phases of the project. If I could, I think that's important to note for everybody that these aren't, unknown. These are these evolve and over several years, and the alternative of trying to guess and award that, asking the council to award something at the beginning for the exact same work would not be in the best interest of the city. So this way we're able to fine tune that and hone it in on exactly what we need, when we need it with the design amendments.
Yeah, well, I'm not complaining about it, but I know that we have SCADA in some of the other plants that we have here. And last year and the year before, we had a lot of problem with the SCADA on there, and we spent quite a bit of funds of overtime of people out repairing that. So I was wondering, within the write-up on this, it says that they're doing the follow-up on some other areas after, not only with the freshwater plant. So I was hoping that, we're going to be able to go into these others and work. And I didn't know if that's what the 1.9 million previously was for, to go into some other plants that we got out there that SCADA's in it, because we had problems in the past.
Everything associated with this contract and these amendments is all with the surface water plant. It's a separate contract that we're doing the SCADA work. Mm-hmm. And as you've seen in some of the recent update memos on that work, we're preparing to bring that final guaranteed maximum price to council soon for the SCADA work on all the other plants, lift stations, water and wastewater, in a couple of different, I believe we're going to do water first and then follow with wastewater, but that's separate contracts, separate facilities. This is all specific to the surface water plant.
Is anyone here from CDM?
I believe they're online on the meeting.
Are they online?
Yes, sir. I believe we do have them online.
Do you want to ask some specific questions? Mike Rice, you're unmuted.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we had somebody from CDM here.
Yes, sir. They're here online.
Okay. All right, because we did not ask to table it. They should be here if they're going to get a contract. Okay, thank you.
Good deal. Any other questions, comments? Member Camcar?
Really quickly, so this is going to go on the enterprise fund, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that 9% increase, this is going to roll into that number, right?
This is already a part of the cost of the surface water plant and what's been built in there. So yes, it's part of the enterprise cost.
Member Carbone?
Thank you, Mayor. Are there any more planned additions, as in this one, to get us to completion?
For the overall project?
Yeah, for specifically for the CDM Smith contract.
I don't believe we have any additional ones for the CDM Smith, but don't hold me to that. I don't believe we do. Robert's not here tonight, unfortunately. I'll see if anyone else clues me in on that. But I believe this would be it for CDM Smith.
Okay. And then on the overall budget, I see it on the write-up, it shows we're at a net zero. So I assume we're now kind of eating into that contingency balance.
I don't know that we're really eating into it at this point, because we still have, if you look above there, some of the future expenditures that are expected. We still have some balances there.
Okay. So, overall, we're still on track and at or below budget.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Yes, sir. Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little? Member Perez?
Aye.
Member Owens?
Aye.
The motion carries 7-0.
All right, and moving forward in our agenda, as stated, let's, if there's no objection, we'll take the consent item B as in Bravo, put that back on the table so we can dispense of it, and then we'll go into our budget discussion. Member Owens, would you put item B as in Bravo from the consent agenda on the table, please?
Consideration possible act. Resolution number R2021,
2021-161. So moved.
We have a motion, a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Very pleased to bring to you this opportunity for a change order for the construction of our new public library, West Pearland Library on Shadow Creek, 2234. Construction is going swimmingly, and we're looking to open to the public, if not in December, January. And when I say we, it's actually the Brazoria County Library System. They're the operators of that, but the city builds and furnishes and sets it all up. So if I could, not design build, the construction manager at risk process has worked very well, advantageously for the city in terms of getting the project going and done and cost effective. As I noted in the write-up in the Thursday packet, in fact, there's $2 million of bonds that had originally been anticipated that are not going to be needed to be sold at all. But this particular change order has several elements that are on your screen there. We've got upgrades to the fixtures, just a good, from when we started this, definitely not a bad practice anyway. Hands-free fixtures that will, just provide a cleaner environment for everybody. Additional security cameras. You don't want in a facility like this dead zones or areas if you can avoid it, and so this would add interior security for the multipurpose rooms, so that especially important with the after-hours programming that we know we'll get, and we're going to be pleased to present. Other items, upgrade to the trellis roof system, gives us actually, instead of a 3 to 5 year shelf life, 20 years, but with the upfront investment here. Perimeter landscaping, rather than waiting for some of that to fill in, and setting a good tone and standard, very visible location, landscaping. Sidewalks, increasing that from the 6 to 10 foot, so it matches what's there, and so it's the sidewalk in front of our building's not going back and forth and skinnier than, especially as we anticipate and hope and know that we'll get a lot of walkers and bikers coming to the facility. And then additional sound dampening, just a good feature. Again, big building and providing that acoustical. So these are things that, didn't want to, assume that we're going to be able to fit into the budget, but as you can see, it's well under, and so we're able to accommodate all of these. And just note too that all this is reimbursed by the TERS district. The city gets its cost and interest back with all the projections that have been made from the TERS district. And so rather than this TERS money is being absorbed by other projects, by other entities, we're going to be getting in line and being able to get into that. So pleased we're able to present this and make a really great facility even greater. Nothing to answer.
All right, thank you for that. Questions, comments from council?
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled it. Don't want to belabor the point. I think the savings should be realized to the citizens. I think the facility is fine enough as it is. Another $250,000 is not going to make it that much finer, in my opinion. I get that it's TERS money, but it's still taxpayer money. I'd much rather, since these are all wants and not needs. I'm just not supportive of the additional expenditure, so that's why I'm voting no.
Okay. Member Little?
Ditto.
Questions, comments? Member Orlando?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. So if we vote no on this, does this money just go back in the TERS pot and then it's still going to get spent, just not by us? Or can someone explain that?
I mean, these elements won't get done. Everything from the fixtures to the security cameras and the sidewalk won't match, so that won't get done. But to your point about the TERS, yes, other entities, there's Fort Bend has a project that they're looking to try to fit in before the time runs out, so it would go towards them, and that would, if there was money at the end, that gets divvied up, but we'll see how that goes. But
yeah, my understanding is, just given the number of jurisdictions, it seems likely they're going to try to exhaust every dollar in this, and so it's not like we're going to write taxpayers a check and they're going to get this money back. It's just going to be spent for another priority that we might not think is as good. So
just to be clear, I mean, if everybody got paid out and, there was, then entities get proportional back, as I recall,
right,
at the end of the TERS. So you're right.
It would be a pro rata share. We wouldn't get back the entire
not
271. We'd get back a much smaller share.
That's for sure.
Or we could use this we could use all 271 for something for the benefit of the citizens of Pearland. versus giving them back a fraction of that, possibly,
Right.
and possibly giving them back nothing at all? Okay, then I've decided. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that would kind of be my point. For the $250,000, there's other things that we could spend that more needs than wants.
If I could address some of the needs of a few of these items, the upgrades to the hands-free features, we've upgraded all of our facilities to those. The additional cameras, so we're working our library contract with the Brazoria County, and one of the features they want to employ in this new library is that they have some after-hours access to the main lobby for patrons that go through a process of vetting for that. And so since there's going to be after hours access to that really with no staff or anyone there, that's the purpose of the additional cameras. We looked at the roof trellis material as really a life cycle cost savings. A big portion of the upgrading of the perimeter landscaping is something we have to do to bring it up to the minimum Shadow Creek Management Association standards we have to meet for building in this area. I believe when we set the original GMP, we were still going through the final approval with them, so we had to add some additional landscaping there. And then the sidewalk, we're doing the Shadow Creek Parkway sidewalk upgrades and extensions, and that is planned to be a 10-foot shared use path. So if we were to build what's currently in the plans, the 6-foot wide sidewalk, we would have to come back and add 4 feet onto that as part of that separate project, which is also coming out of TERS money. And so, adding that on, it won't look as well, and we're spending the same money. And then the sound dampening, that I can consider that maybe more of a want, whereas we just looked at it from a teen area where there will be a little bit more noise within the library that we could dampen some of those sounds.
I get it. I certainly am not questioning staff and the legitimacy of these requests, and I hope that I'm not coming off as that way.
No, and I just wanted to make sure we had a full explanation of what some of the needs are, or the basis of the needs.
My point was they got VE'd out, they got value engineered out at one point or they weren't considered a priority at one point. We set a budget on that. We're coming back later because there's some savings. I would just rather the savings go towards the citizens, or I'm certainly not of the belief that just because the TERS money is there that it all has to be spent. And I think this is what I'm trying to signal is that, and maybe I would hope that our other communities or government agencies that have access to TERS money would also see the same. It's much better to return it to the citizens than it is to use it just to use it. So at least that's hope. That's why I'm voting against it, but certainly the will of council will proceed as it will.
Trent, a question for you. Is those sidewalks, those are going from 6 to 10, so that's going to make those more friendly for people that are in a wheelchair, for instance?
Absolutely. When we build the 10-foot multi-use paths, the expectation there is it's for wheelchair users, pedestrians, as well as bicyclers. They're wider for that purpose.
Aren't we spending TERS money to build what is the field that we're doing? Is it the green field?
Miracle Field.
Miracle Field.
Miracle Field, yes, sir.
And then we're building a whole new all-inclusive park that has been funded by more or less donations and contributions from the community. So that way disabled people can have access to their own park, correct? Isn't that something you support, Mayor? Yeah. We're under budget, right? This is not excess.
Yes, sir.
I struggle. And for the folks who don't know what a TERS is, it's a big lockbox. And so Alvin ISD kicks in, $1.50. County, Fort Bend County, Brazoria County, the city, I think there's probably 3 or 4 other smaller special district type units that kick in here. And I just struggle that we're not going to we're trying to be more wheelchair accessible, and we're not, on money that's under budget. We're just like, you know what, that's an extra. So I would ask for this council, can we be more discriminating on what we're going to do that? If we want to VE out other items, I'm not necessarily against that, but wheelchair access is something that, we need to be more up on. And this is something that's going to go towards that.
I think 5 foot is the minimum for sidewalk. I don't think this building's not going to be ADA accessible.
No. And Trent, didn't you donate to the Miracle Park, the playground that we're trying to do to make it more accessible for people to use?
I don't see how that's related to this item at all.
I just don't want to VE on the back of disabled kids, the ability to have the sidewalks bigger.
I don't think anybody's saying that we don't want this to be an inaccessible building. It's going to pass ADA review. The 10-foot sidewalk has nothing. It's a hike and bike trail. It's not ADA accessibility.
I'm just saying, could we look at one or two of the items that have more merit than the others? I guess that's my point.
And this is also principal plus interest.
Agreed, but we're also getting money from everybody else. Like all these other special entities are paying this. It's not just a City of Pearland dollar. We're getting a lot of dollars matched from otherwhere. And if we're already under budget, I'm struggling to understand. Some of these items are more elective. I agree with you, gentlemen. But some of these items they go with us being a more welcoming community, I guess is my point.
Trent, real quick, explain the landscape issue with Shadow Creek Ranch or SCRMA, the Management Association. We're going to have to do something here.
Yes, sir. So I think, on that one, we'll have to do something there. And I don't know how much of that is additional upgrading we were doing, just so we'll have more established and significant landscaping when we open, and what part of that is required to meet SCRMA's requirements. So there is a requirement there. I think the sidewalk ones the ones I would say were potentially VE'd out earlier in the project really would probably boil down to the trellis roof material and the sound dampening. I think the others are either requirements we have or other adjacent projects like the sidewalks. That's going to be 10 foot with the sidewalk project anyway. So why build a 6-foot sidewalk to add on 4 more feet later on from the same pot of money? Build it properly the first time around. And then the additional cameras, that concept of having access after hours when there's no staff there was not a concept being talked about with the county at the time we were developing the project. And then I think, the touch-free fixtures in the restrooms, that was something at the time. It wasn't VE'd out. It just wasn't something that was our standard at the time. With the pandemic, we've moved to that being a standard for our restroom and other fixtures.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, with SCRMA and that type of thing, I've always been a believer if the city's going to build buildings, we follow our own rules. We follow any rules just like any other developer would have to.
Yes, sir.
So if it's Shadow Creek Ranch, Management Association, we need to follow their rules and put in proper landscaping just like any other developer would do. I've always been a believer in that. I would question why not go ahead and do the sidewalks from 6 to 10 if we're going to come back in a separate project, because I know we're doing sidewalks and others up and down Shadow Creek Parkway. If we're going to be doing that anyway, why not put that in this contract and get it done as one pour, not where it's clearly evident that we came in and did it separately. So I don't know if, and I haven't heard from everybody up here. It may be that we need to break this up a little bit and go rather than one size fits all for tonight. I don't know. Obviously a few council members have spoken. We probably need to hear from everyone on what their thoughts are.
Yeah.
Member Carbone?
Yeah, I'm fine if we want to start scratching stuff out. Sounds like the sound dampening panels are the last one on the list.
What I heard now was, really the sound dampening and the roof material. I mean, that's give or take $100,000.
I think the roof material is going to save us money down the road if it lasts for 20 years versus 3 to 5. So,
Mayor, may I propose that we postpone this item to another meeting, give staff maybe an opportunity to kind of organize priorities, and then we can maybe vote on them instead of as a slate. We can vote on them as top priorities or necessities as opposed to once, and kind of give staff a little bit more time to prepare for these.
And I would say that probably needs to be on our next agenda because I know this building is wrapping up.
Yeah, I think it may hurt us even with the schedule now if we don't get these moved forward till the next.
Mayor,
meeting.
I'm not surprised to hear Trent say that because we're getting near the end and they need to order and their lead time. So, if there's interest in not going with the sound dampening at this point, but I don't know, the sidewalks are time sensitive, but I gotta believe that the fixtures and the cameras, just so they can get that integrated. Sorry to do this to you, but I don't know, is there things you need to, you need a decision on tonight?
I mean, I don't know which ones are the most critical to move forward on tonight, but if there's, consensus on sound dampening not going forward or, any of the other, I think that it's the cameras. I don't see how we don't do those if our agreement with the county is going to allow that after hours access.
Hey, do we have
we've
a
got to meet
budget meeting
SCRMA.
next Monday? Do we have a budget meeting next Monday?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So couldn't we put this on as a special meeting and do that next Monday?
I can get there if we just scratch the sound damping.
I'm good with that too.
That's 4 votes. Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay, so you want to propose an amendment to scratch the sound dampening and move?
So moved.
We have a motion
Second.
and a second.
What's a motion?
So to make sure, we have a motion and a second to amend, I guess, the list of projects here to strike out the sound dampening for $22,750. That's correct? Okay. And that was the only item? Okay. So we have a motion and a second on the floor for an amendment to that. Any other questions or comments? Madam Secretary, we'll call on the vote.
Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little?
No.
Member Perez?
No.
The motion carries 5-2.
So we have an amended motion on the table. Now we need to dispense of the actual motion itself. So Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote on that.
Yes, sir. Member Owens?
Aye.
Member Orlando?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Camcar?
Aye.
Member Hernandez?
Aye.
Member Little?
No.
Member Perez?
No.
The motion carries 5-2 to adopt Resolution R 2021-161 as amended.
All right, thank you for that, and do appreciate moving that through so we don't necessarily have to revisit it in a week. With that, we'll move to new business item number 7. I'll place it on the table. It's fiscal year 2022 budget discussion number 2. And it's my understanding staff tonight and for council, we really need to give staff clear direction on the comp and class study. What is it that we want to see as far as payment or pay for our employees? That way, we're not dealing with that right at the end of the budget process, but get that out tonight. And then I think we're also going to have some discussion on part of the CIP, water and wastewater items. But was it water and wastewater?
Oh, Yes, sir. The enterprise, I would say not so
enterprise,
much the
well, the
CIP
enterprise-
part of it, but the
Excuse me,
operation.
the enterprise fund, and talking a little bit more about the 9% study that's on here, or excuse me, the 9% increase that's been proposed. So I know each one of you may have some questions and comments, but I also want to make sure that we give direction to staff tonight on those items so they can move that towards more final and bring back, especially if it deviates from what's been proposed. And I know we may have other items that we want to discuss, but I want to make sure we get those on the table for discussion and give direction. So with that, I'll just move to the staff report for tonight.
And Mayor, just procedurally, would you like, I think there are some public comments. Do you want to do those first?
Yes, Mayor. We have
I'm
4
sorry.
comments.
Okay, sorry.
We do have 4 public comments this evening, Mayor.
Yeah.
First, we will ask Mr. Diego Lopez to please make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and staff, he is speaking on behalf of an organization, so if you would please queue up 5 minutes. Thank you for being here this evening.
Thank you. My name is Diego Lopez, 621 Shadowcliff, League City, Texas. I am the president of Local 4964, Pearland Firefighters Association. I'm here to address some concerns with the proposed budget. We have worked with staff in the past, and we're thankful for that, and we're thankful for the opportunity to be here present. Some concerns that some of our members have brought to light is we haven't received a raise in the past 4 years, only cost of living adjustments. Therefore, in the Evergreen study, it was shown that we were far below market value. We're simply asking to do what's right as far as bringing us up across the board in the fire department to market standard, the professional standard of being for every position. We have one paramedic who's 34% below market value. There's also a 10% cap in the budget, and this does not get her
to the professional standard of the correct step pay where she would be at. We have driver operators, and we've worked with city staff, and they have created a separate pay grade to remove them from being compared to firefighters. However, it's still not market standard. We're asking for the driver operator position to be at a pay grade that goes along with market standard that puts them, the beginning step pay for them to be about 3% above topped out firefighter, which is market standard. We task these driver operators in ensuring that the fire trucks are operationally ready. These are $750,000 trucks that they're in charge of. They may not have direct employees underneath them. However, we do see them as a midline supervisor in our task in organizing and structuring the day and giving tasks to the firefighters that are at their stations. We also have a few lieutenants who are at 25% below market value, and with the current 10% cap, it's still going to put them at below market value for how many years they've been in rank. We have one lieutenant who has been 6 years in his rank, and with this new step pay plan, with a 10% cap, he's still at minimum standard, which is step 1, instead of being at the topped out, which is step 4 for his position. Myself, I'm a 4-year lieutenant. Ideally, with the step pay plan, I would be at step 4. However, because of being 25% below market, I am at step 1. We put ourselves, just like y'all, put yourselves out with city council. Y'all do your civic duty, and we have done ours. I took an oath when I got promoted to lieutenant to serve the citizens of Pearland. I've done that through Harvey when I left my kids and my wife at home, unknown if they were going to be flooded out. I came to the station. My first night during Harvey, I slept on an office floor because we did not have enough beds. During the Texas windstorm, while just like everybody lost power, we lost power at our station. We were 50 degrees inside the station for multiple nights. My kids at home, a 2-year-old, a 4-year-old, a 6-year-old, were all at home sleeping on a mattress, huddled together while I was here at work. The only thing I'm asking for is to allow us to be up to market. The 10% cap needs to be addressed. We're pushing the ball forward. It's been stated that the fire department is getting a 30% pay raise pretty much across the board, which is fantastic. However, that's minimum. That's minimum standard. How can we address the tenured employees who have been here for 10 plus years and not place them in the correct step? I'm asking it to be addressed with a 10% cap. That way, the tenured employees that have been here for several years, that we give them their due. 4 years ago, we did not come up to market, and we have not gotten a raise since then. Across the operations of the fire department, we are behind market standard, and we want that to be addressed. We want to stop pushing the ball forward, because in 4 years, when we have another study, we're going to be in the same issue. We're just pushing the ball down the road, and it's not being addressed. I understand the fire department is getting a large sum of the budget because of this, but that's because it was not addressed 4 years ago. I'm asking for staff to look at the 10% and see how that can be addressed, and how the driver operator rank can be met with professional standard across the board with our market cities that were used, in creating a proper step plan for them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. We also just wanted to thank you for your service and the sacrifices that you illustrated tonight. That's really powerful for us to hear, and so we appreciate you sharing that with us.
Yes, sir. Like I mentioned, we do it all for the citizens of Pearland. That's why I took that oath.
Thank you.
I gladly do it.
Mayor, next we have Mr. Wilson. You would please make your way to the podium. And another 5 minutes, please. Thank you, Josh. State your name and address for the record. Thank you for being here.
Hello. My name is Will Sohn. I live at 5308 Apple Springs Drive. I'm addressing you today as a member of the Pearland Professional Firefighters Association, Local 4964, and also as a tax-paying resident.
I currently own a house in the city which I purchased last summer. My home was built in 1971, making it 50 years old. 1,500 square feet, 3-bedroom, 2 bathrooms, basically an average single-family home. I am a single-income household, and the truth is that this is the best I can afford. If it were not for my part-time job, I would not be able to afford this Pearland home. I find this unfortunate because I want nothing more than to live in the same city that I serve. Where I work is special to me for many reasons, but it all boils down to this. Due to the nature of my job, it is a real possibility that I could be seriously injured or die in this city. I want to live here because I know the great lengths my fellow coworkers would go to for me and for every citizen of this city. It is disheartening that I can barely afford a 50-year-old home in order to live in this city that I love. My home sustained significant damage during the winter storm that I have yet to be able to repair due to the lack of sufficient income. I believe that if the City of Pearland paid its firefighters to a professional standard, this would no longer be my reality. Do we want majority of our city employees to be forced to find residence outside of our city? Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your comments. Again, very powerful illustrations there. I wanted to thank you also for your service to the city. I know that I can, for a very, this is very rare for me to be able to do, but I can speak for the entirety of council when I say we greatly appreciate your service to the city. So, next, Mayor, we have Mr. Charles McMurray, aka Charlie. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. And please limit your comments to 3 minutes. State your name and address for the record.
Charlie McMurray, 5209 Spring Branch Drive here in Pearland. And what's patience is perseverance. Is that I'm going to take 180 seconds to try to discuss the budget, which y'all spent 180 minutes on August the 14th. So it's an impossible deal, but delving into it is, first, I had the distinct privilege of listening twice to the recording of that and listening to what each of y'all had to say. And each council member and the city staff had some very illustrative comments about the budget. Council, I'll call out a couple of y'all because you had some very unique things. Councilman Kim Carr talked about extensively about the concerns of inflation on staff. Councilman Owens talked about how he left his employment at the city of Houston within 2 years of retirement because he wasn't getting adequate pay because the pay was frozen. We've heard from some of the from the firefighters. Of course, the police civil service pay is outside the normal things for many of the city staff because most of us may not realize that the majority of the city staff gets a COLA. But if you're an exemplary employee, you're paid the same as the average employee. There's no merit increases in past years, and hopefully this budget will address that. The mayor had some comments about how water rates, you think of something. A budget is a quadratic equation. You change this part over here and it affects the output over here. It's a lot of moving parts. Councilman Perez talked about the merit pay issue, which I think is very important thing. I want the council to really consider whether it's appropriate to try to freeze your revenue when you have all these unmet needs. Is that the public works is getting 10 new employees and they need it. Is that there are a lot of other unmet needs. Is the Parks Department hadn't had any additional staff in 2 or 3 years, but they've had a lot of additional responsibilities and a lot of deferred maintenance. Is that water rates? They talked about how the water rates have been on a roller coaster. Is it don't do that to your tax rate by being politically expedient, but financially imprudent. We saw earlier this year when the Texas legislature met, they thought they were going to have a significant budget revenue shortfall. They turned up with a budget revenue surplus. Going back to that water rate increase, some years you've had a big increase, some years you hadn't had a little.
I strongly ask you to consider what you're going to do with the tax rate. Look at your revenue, because you have a lot of unmet needs. Political expedience doesn't solve a budget problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McMurray. Appreciate your comments. And thank you for your perseverance. Next, Mayor, our last speaker on this item is Mr. Jimmy Davis. If you would please make your way to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Jimmy Davis, 5004 Combs Street, Pearland 77584. In reviewing the Saturday presentation from Mr. Roach with particular interest to the Water and Sewer Fund and recommended 9% rate increase, some questions regarding the financial information presented on slide 66 came up for fiscal year 2020 actuals. I was shocked that our operating revenue was $108 million and expenses were $159 million with a $51 million operating loss for the fiscal year. So I looked at the fiscal year 2020 financials, which has a section for operating revenues and operating expenses. I couldn't find those numbers or anything close to them anywhere. I sent an email to Mr. Roach and Ms. Johnson, our CFO, asking where I can find those numbers on the 2020 certified report. I also asked where the beginning and ending cash equivalent numbers can be found. The response I received from the CFO regarding the operating revenues and expenses was, and I quote, "This cannot be linked to any specific line in the 2020 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report. Water rates are based in part on information presented in that slide, and we are being told that information cannot be linked to the financials." The fiscal year 2020 report says operating revenue was $54,710,109. Operating expenses were $38,284,289. Operating income was $16,425,620, not a $51 million loss as reflected on slide 66. I've looked at all the operating information to attempt to reconcile the numbers and can't find anything that reconciles to either the revenue or expense. I'm just supposed to believe that in fiscal year 2020, the enterprise fund lost $51 million as opposed to making the $16 million as page 33 of the financials indicate for operating income. Last year, after the water billing debacle blew up, I asked about why actuals reflected on budgets didn't match financials. I was told you can't compare budget to actuals, despite the budget having actuals. Trust the people who thought reading a meter 13 times a year and billing 12 was a good idea. Looking at the June quarterly financials, revenue was over budget 6%. Expenses were under 4%. That's a 10% swing to the good. Maybe a 9% rate increase isn't needed after all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mayor, that concludes our speakers for this item.
Thank you for that. So we'll turn to staff report on the budget discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. And just to reframe, I think you said well, if we can, objectives that are really, if at all possible tonight, focusing on getting some clarity about the class compensation. There's a lot of questions from Saturday that we spent all week, last week, when I say we, others, completing and getting that for you. And we sent that out to you on Friday. And so we've got a presentation that encapsulates some of those responses that were answerable in the last week. And then shifting, and I suggest that we take a break and get some comments and questions on that and get that consensus that you mentioned. And then if we can dive into the Enterprise Water Sewer Revenue Fund and the revenue that's required. There's some questions about the calculations, specifically towards that 1.4 and what that means. And again, we have a presentation that will clarify that and give you information to make next decisions. So with that, I'll turn over to Mr. Roche and Ms. Johnson and walk you through the presentation.
Thank you, City Manager Pearson, and thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. Today is our second discussion, and I'm going to go through this presentation a little bit quickly at the beginning so we can focus on those larger questions that we know Council has. You all should have received a memo. This is also posted online on the FY22 budget planning website. Same memo that Council received, the staff have received. We're going to be talking primarily in two chunks about the general fund, which is what your property taxes, your sales taxes go to. And then we're going to be talking about enterprise fund, which is what your water and sewer bills go to. They're two separate items completely. We treat the enterprise fund as a utility that's self-contained. There's no taxpayer dollars in it. One of the things that I wanted to kick off with is council last week asked, how does this budget reflect city council's goals that they spent a very long Saturday working on? And I thought it was important to address that. But I'm going to paraphrase here for the sake of time, and I hope you'll bear with me. Goal number one is about quality of life and building well-planned and maintained infrastructure primarily. This budget furthers that by, again, promoting significant capital improvement via the city's CIP and our water, sewer, and streets and traffic infrastructure. I also wanted to note that we are adding staff specifically around infrastructure. And in order to have great infrastructure, we have to have great staff. And this budget funds several new positions, including an asset manager, a GIS tech, a utility maintenance worker, 3 new people at the surface water treatment plant, and 3 people at the wastewater treatment plant. Goal number 2 is about fostering a diverse and unified community and bringing people together with events and nice public spaces. The city has proposed budget contains $15,000 based on the feedback that we received last year after the Christmas tree lighting. There was fireworks at that event. The good public feedback led us to believe that that's something the public wanted to see again. We know council had some comments about maybe moving that money to the 4th of July celebration, just having a larger fireworks show there instead. That's completely okay. We just wanted to make sure that it was noted here. The replastering of the activity pool and the Centennial Park restroom upgrades will improve existing spaces where the community can gather and have events. Hopefully they're not gathering at the restroom, tangential. And then we are replacing some zero-turn lawnmowers that are at the end of their life cycle. They're being replaced because they're breaking down. And that'll help our staff spend more times in the parks mowing and keeping them looking great. Goal number 3 is about transparent, high quality, and accessible city services. We are adding an additional position in city communications focused on public safety and expanding the capacity to support and enhance engagement with the community. And then this budget furthers the city's investments in its records management platform. This is something that we've already largely invested in, and this is kind of the tail end of that investment this year. And what this does is it improves the ability for the public, for staff, for the city council to be able to request a record of something that happened here or a document that was produced at some time, and we can find it that much quicker, that much cheaper, and get it out to whoever needs it. Goal number 4 is about providing long-term community value, and this budget reflects the city council and mayor's direction to lower the city's tax rate, the proportion of the tax rate, right? City of Pearland's property taxes are only one part of the full stack of property taxes that a resident would pay. This is the 2nd year in a row that our budget has been proposed below the overall tax rate. Last year we did adopt below the overall no new tax rate, as they call it. The state of Texas has a formula that says the no new tax rate, whatever that amount is, that is what it would take to bring in the same dollars that you brought in last year. So if you go below that, under the state of Texas law, it's a tax cut. So last year we were below that number, that's a tax cut. And this year we're proposing a budget below that number, that's also a tax cut. This can be done due to growth. It can be due in the population base. It can be done also as well because we've been bringing in more sales tax revenue, and we're able to rebalance our how we fund the city a little bit. So you can see over the last 2 years there, I've just kind of added them together. We've come down about 4.5 cents, we'll call it, below the no new revenues tax rate. Goal number 5 is about public safety, ensuring a safe environment, providing efficient and effective public services for residents, businesses, and visitors. Wanted to point out the excellent scores that our public safety departments receive in the resident satisfaction survey. Not every community sees those level of scores, so congratulations to those departments. This budget continues to further strengthen this council goal. We're adding a police officer. We're adding a new animal shelter attendant as part of that new facility. We're adding a senior office assistant, which I believe will free people up to assist with training and things like that in the police department. Additionally, 2 utility vehicles, they're kind of like gators, are being funded for use at special events. The existing fire training tower, so not the new one, but the existing one, is being repaired, which improves firefighter training and therefore performance. These are important
items for them to practice on because you don't get a lot of runs at them in real life. So having different facilities for them to practice on is a good practice for us. And then finally, the budget also funds 3 cybersecurity items: log management software, vulnerability scanning software, and the IT strategic plan. And then goal 6 is about creating an attractive community and in bringing in sort of that business community and talent and people who can really help us grow the economy and offering lots of opportunities for our residents. The city is investing in an online portal to serve as a virtual front door. $420,000 is being committed to search for the development and implementation of the Entrepreneurship Hub. $30,000 is budgeted for the completion and implementation of a workforce strategy study. And then $15.4 million will go into the final phase of the 288 corridor master plan improvement. And this is really going to help that corridor be an efficient and aesthetically pleasing, well-maintained entrance to the city of Pearland. That helps us attract and that helps us attract businesses that become a destination for jobs and investments. So that's there in case you want to read it all in full detail. Okay, so diving into the general fund. First question is kind of going over what are the effects of the new pay plan in the general fund. We'll spend some time on this. We've certainly heard from the city council last time we met that there was concerns regarding the competitiveness of the salaries being offered and what are we actually doing with the compensation and classification plan? What does that fix? So we'll cover sort of the main objectives of what this plan was designed to do and then what are we implementing from that plan. So the compensation and classification is a data-driven plan, right? We studied other cities, we added cities to it later to determine what the market rate is. The market sets what wages are, even in the public sector. So this study was also then amended to include recent inflation concerns. So an additional $527,000 was added to people's salaries as that'll be distributed across the salary line items to make sure that the recent inflation we've seen in the last 6 months to a year is taken into account, since the study did take time to do and will take time to implement. The goal of the plan is, really importantly, is not to bring everyone to the midpoint of the salary range, right? The midpoint is where you'd find an employee sort of in the middle of their career. They might have 20, 25 years of experience. The goal of the plan is really to make sure that we're providing fair and competitive compensation for all of our employees at whatever level of experience they might have, whatever position they might be applying for or currently in at the city. And then the plan is providing evidence-backed recommendations to adjust the pay rates of employees citywide so that Pearland remains competitive and to reduce salary compensation. Sorry, reduce salary compression, very important distinction. So how do we actually implement this year, right? The FY22 proposed budget fully implements the plan. We took that plan as City Council directed us, and it is fully funded starting in October 1st. We're not doing any sort of delays till January for implementation or anything like that. The recommended budget then on top of those salary adjustments includes 2 new programs, bilingual pay and sick bank buybacks in case you want to sell back some of your sick leave now rather than when you retire. Both of these are not counted when we're talking about adjusting employees to the competitive market wage. This would go on top of whatever they're being adjusted to for competitive wages. Again, each employee is being adjusted according to what the market data says a competitive salary offering would be. No employee is receiving less than a 2% raise or more than a 10% raise. And I added an asterisk, and I apologize because I think we should talk about sort of how that works when you're moving from, our fire department staff are moving from sort of an open compensation plan to a step plan. And if the director of HR could help me out by discussing that in a much better way than I can.
All right, good evening, everyone. So when you're transitioning from a regular open pay plan to a step plan, what has to be considered is also the tenure parity option with a hybrid of moving them into a step plan. So the tenure is taken into consideration, but also we have to look at where they're currently placed with regards to the salary on our step plan. So in looking at where we transitioned from, the step plan is very new. So when lieutenants who transition from an open pay plan were typically paid around the $60,000 range,
But when they transition over to the step plan, the beginning first step is around the 80,000 range. So it's a big difference between moving from an open pay plan to a step plan, which is a lot more costly. And so with that, we have to think about that this is the grassroots of this process, that this is going to take time for us to move employees through that particular step plan. So when employees are moving into the step plan, they're starting within a particular box and they will move forward through the step plan, through step 1, through step 12 for firefighters, and then from step 1 to step 10 for the DO operators. So with that, the step plan allows employees to see exactly where they're going to be next year, year over year on the anniversary date in terms of salary, as opposed to the open pay plan where you are reluctantly getting 2% year over year. So this allows employees to reach their market value at a much faster pace as opposed to the open pay plan that takes 30 years to reach the max. With the step plan, it's only taken 16 steps to reach the maximum of the particular range. So the transition is a positive for those who are transitioning to the step plan.
Mayor, may I just ask for clarification? So I'm trying to think back to the comment about our 4-year lieutenant who spoke earlier, who would be moving not into, step 4, but would be moving into step 1, but it would put him on an accelerated plan to then getting to market. Is that what you're saying? Can you maybe clarify that just a little bit more?
Sure, absolutely. So being that this is the first time we're transitioning to that step plan and where his salary currently resides, it places him within step 1 because he's not highly compensated as a lieutenant. So he will fall within step 1 and then move forward as he progresses within his career. So that is correct. He will not start at step 4 in his plan. He will start at step 1 based upon his current salary.
But it's accelerating his progress towards market is what you're saying. Basically, essentially cutting that in half.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
And we have some examples of some of the, positions where we have quite a few people in, your police officers, your firefighters, of just generally what those changes, how they suss out to here in a couple slides. The general funds portion of the comp and class implementation is going to be $2,494,000. This is the amount that's going to be divided up amongst employees for salary increases. And when this proposed budget is adopted, it's my understanding that every employee will be at a competitive salary based on their experience and on the comprehensive compensation study, the data within there, which was performed by a professional third-party consultant. At this time, additional salary increases on top of the proposed budget would grow salaries and benefits beyond the competitive pay level that the market study suggests is where we need to be. Looking at the selected position salary comparisons, what we did is we grabbed positions here that are most common within the city, and we ran averages, right? So these are real people, and these are kind of the averages of their salaries of where they're at now and where they'll go to. I want to be really clear that if any employees are looking at this, don't just assume because you're a driver operator, you're going to be 8%. It might be 7, it might be 9. These are averages across all these positions. So the right way to look at this is, firefighters are on a step plan now, or they're going to a step plan. We have 64 firefighters. $264,000 is going towards that firefighter group overall in increased salaries. Right now, in FY21, which is the year we're in, the average salary is almost $58,000. It's $57,900 something. This is when we look at the plan and what those individual members will be adjusted to. They'll be adjusted to $62,000 on average. This is an approximately $4,000 increase, or about 7% salary increase. Driver operators, 8% salary increase. Fire lieutenants, 22% salary increase. Fire captains, 16%. These equipment operators and maintenance crew leaders, just a quick note on those are also split with the enterprise fund a little bit. They're just showing here 5% and 7% raises.
parks maintenance workers on average 5%, recreation attendants on average 6%. Then looking at our civil service plan, police officers, we have 136 of them. We are allocating almost $629,000 total to increase their salaries. Right now, they're at an average of $74,800. They will be moving to an average salary of $79,400. This is a its average salary increase of $4,600, or about 6%. You can see sergeants are similar; they're moving 7%. And then what we're calling open range are all of these open range positions. This is going to be a lot of your management staff that are in the general fund, which is that taxpayer fund. We have 117 employees there. Their total salary increase is $374,000. Average salary $90,000, moving up to $93,700. Sorry, with a difference in the average salary of about $3,200. It's about a 4% increase for those fellows.
Eric, if I may,
Yes, ma'am.
I want to clarify one thing for Mr. Hernandez. So even though the person is transitioning from an open pay plan to the step plan, moving to step one is more money than your existing open pay plan. So it's actually a pay increase for the employee.
Yeah, I think I did understand that. Thank you for that. We could real quickly, and I hate to interject, but since it's one slide back, if you could explain something to me, Eric, please. So when the blue lettering, it says, when this proposed budget is adopted, employees will be at a competitive salary. So you said all employees will be at a competitive salary based on their experience. But I'm understanding that even though it is an increase, it's moving them towards an accelerated path to, I guess, competitive salary. So am I maybe misunderstanding that they're not directly going into, I get what would be considered market, but rather are moving in an accelerated pathway towards market? Is that just a semantics argument that I'm making here, or am I maybe misunderstanding?
No, you're 100% correct, because the open pay plan was a 30-year plan altogether.
Okay.
And so we've taken that with a step plan and condensed that down to a 16-step plan. So you're right, it's moving towards an accelerated increase for all the employees.
Okay, so maybe, as I may have heard you say, and I apologize, then there's not a playback button, but I think you mentioned something like all employees, and so maybe that was just an overstatement. But I can appreciate that we're getting there. I just wanted to provide that clarification, because I wrote that down and I was like,
Yeah, not all
Okay.
employees,
Okay.
those who are moving towards a step plan to provide
Okay.
clarity to the conversation.
We're moving all employees towards the step plan.
Got it. That's a much clearer explanation. Thank you.
I think for me on this, we understand, this budget year coming up. Do we already know, based on this, what it looks like in year two? And again, there's other cities out there, and what they decide to do, we don't know until after somebody changes their budget. But based on right now, do we know what that looks like across our employee base, from police to fire to regular general fund employees? Do we know what that looks like in year two and in year three on out, so we're not sitting here blind trying to figure out what it's going to be in year 4 or 5 whenever we do the next comp and class study? And maybe that would help us, because again, there's moving to the step plan for all employees and for our fire is a step in the right direction, but where is this going in year 2, year 3, year 4?
Mayor, if I could add, just being around this, and my colleagues can add, but I think trying to guesstimate that or estimate that is going to be, just chasing tails, because it's always changing. Even with this one, from when we started the study, the environment's changing, and people make adjustments. So, the best we can do is at this moment in time in the report, we try to update it, as you said, not only for changing the mix of competitive cities, but also, the inflation factors. So, we do need to price them out, as you said, but I do believe that getting all but the exempt employees, it's not 100% onto the step, that goes a long, long ways towards, not seeing that falling behind as we've had as much, because that builds in, those, increases over time. And so, that's better than for the employees than the, annual sort of debating about whether we can handle a COLA at all. But this, gives that certainty for people on that progression. So,
Have we addressed the EMS worker? I think it was an ambulance driver. I'm trying to remember the classification. A negative 34%, and I don't know why, how, where, that ended up where it was. Are we taking measures to address that directly, so they're not? And I heard the comments, but even then, it seems as though lagging behind considerably.
Ray, you want to talk about that? Yes. So with that was brought up in conversation last week I had with the association. And so we did have Evergreen go back and look at it and adjust the actual full step plan for the EMS workers so that they're not falling behind within the market. So yes, it was addressed.
Mayor, I just want to, get context, because I know the Mayor Pro Tem brought up the step plan and what that is. And that's, we're talking like the granularity, that's like $3 or $4 million, and the whole budget's like $100 million. So like wages are a part of that, but that's like one component. Right. And I guess I'm just going to be forthright with staff. I couldn't understand the class and comp study. I have a master's degree from University of North Texas. I'm from Texas A&M University, so I'm already don't read very well, but I feel like I'm a relatively educated person, and I can't make heads or tails of that thing. And I don't know what that is, if that's by design. I struggled with it. I couldn't say where the dollars were going and where they were coming from and how did we get there. So I just want to put that there's like two buckets that we're talking about, class and comp and then the overall budget. And I think we could all go, I just want to get a little clarity. Eric, can you explain to me how much in the class and comp study are we putting into the budget? Like what is the number grossed up? Let's not put fire, let's not put police, let's just all in money.
It's this $2,494,178.
That's one number. Now, what are you doing on benefits?
30% is
So
typical.
what's that number? We have an email about this. That's the only point I'm trying to make here.
Yes.
What's it? Can you help? Can you recite it?
Take some time and find the email, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So there's 2.49 million in salaries, and there's 748,000 in benefits. So that's two buckets. And then if I'm remembering correctly, there's 500,000 in bilingual pay and help me here.
Sick leave buyback.
So that's $3.7 million raw dollars just somewhere in the system new. Is that reasonable? Okay. So not smart. So I got to pull out the general fund blue book, page 8. Is our previous budget 2021 $64.4 million?
Sorry, I was pulling up an email.
Yeah, but okay. The budget is 64.4 million, the 2021 original budget. That was for the general fund. So that's everybody, police, fire, everybody in the bucket.
No, it was closer to 90, if I remember. I understand, but the general fund budget was.
Well, no, the fund budget was $100 million. Of it, salaries and wages was
salaries, I'm sorry.
Yeah, salaries and wages is 64.4.
Got it.
So of the number that you had, the 2.8, if you just add the 2.8, divide the 2.8, we're just going to round that number up. Sorry, 2.4, not even 2.8. 2.4 divided by 64.4. Oh shit, that's bad. Is 3.7 in raw dollars. That's the money. That's everybody's getting a raise. That's your effective 3.7% year over year. That's the file you see here. 2.4 benefits is another bucket, but that's kind of rolling in. But that's what mom and dad is getting. Sorry, Mr. Member Kamkar, but Eric, does that number that Member Kamkar is citing include that 527 that you added for the inflation concerns?
Let me ask my staff.
Okay, thank you.
Let me be sure about that.
And the only reason I point this out is we're adding 19 FTEs. I got a lot of blowback, but I really struggle when we have 5% inflation, and then with the raw dollars of like in your paycheck, it's less than 4%. And let's be honest, everybody's gone to the grocery store, everything's up 20%. So you're not really getting a raise, you're just getting screwed less. So what I would tell you is
we need to do better. I think Adam Carroll made that point. I'm going to struggle to add FTEs. And I think Woody Owens, Member Owens talked about this. I can't add more unless I'm putting more bread on the plate. And we're just not putting more bread on the plate. We're not even effectively not hitting a 4%. And I'm divorcing bilingual pay. I'm divorcing HR benefits. I'm just talking raw dollars on your paycheck is 2.4 over 64.4. That's simple math. That's less than 4%. So, Member Owens, I just want to put that out there. There's the budget as a whole, the $100 million, and then there's this compensation discussion. Yeah. And on the compensation discussion, I can't do it. I can't do 19 FTEs when I can't even give a 4%, and everything at the store costs 20% more.
Since I appreciate your simplifying or trying to amalgamate, put things in the buckets, but I got to clarify a couple things. One is you mixed the recommended additions to full count, and you've added enterprise fund and the general fund. But then the dollar amounts you had were general fund.
Well, in fairness, it all comes from the taxpayer, and it all goes out to the employees.
But you can't say that general fund is X bucket and 18. It's just
no. But here's the thing: the salaries that you quote in this book, in the blue book, is 64.4 in Fund 100. Like, that's in the book. Like, I'm not making that up. That's not enterprise money.
Member Kamkar, may I ask that we get through the staff presentation first? We can ask clarifying questions.
Okay.
At least
I apologize to the team. You're right.
Thank you, Member Kamkar. Appreciate that.
Appreciate it.
This 2.494 figure that we're looking at here, let me pull my screen back up. This does include the inflation adjustment, and it does include the sick leave buyback as well as the bilingual pay. We were also asked to do a study of how do the number of employees we have in the general fund compare to other cities. Some notes real quick. Comparing cities' FTE counts can be a little bit messy, right? Some cities have MUDs that are covering most of their water, sewer, and drainage operations. Some have volunteer fire departments. We have a professional fire department. Some might be relying on county services for something that we provide ourselves. Some employees are hidden via outsourcing. You know, there's still someone performing that work. It's just that city has chosen to outsource versus insource it. What we decided to do was use the same cities from the Evergreen study, these cities here, as our comparisons. We figured that would kind of keep everything nice and neatly packaged together. So we went out and we looked at every city's FY22 budget. They're all online. So the numbers you're seeing includes the positions they're proposing to add for their next fiscal year, as well as the positions we're proposing to add for our next fiscal year. Looking at the general fund, Pearland is highlighted in sort of that yellowish color. We have 5.6 general fund employees per 1,000 residents. This is second to lowest except for Missouri City. League City and Friendswood don't have a fire department. They have a volunteer fire department, so that's the main reason they're going to be lower than us. Pasadena, while it doesn't have a full-time fire department, they still have 50 fire employees on staff as they classify them.
I think it's important to note Missouri City is mostly operated through MUDs. Very much.
Yeah, I think that would show up. That's going to show up more in their enterprise fund chart, but it probably has some impact here on the general fund as well, for positions that might be split. General government comparison. We have a category we call general government. I've noted sort of as we went through other people's budgets, what we rolled up into this category. It's sort of those internal service operations that every city has. Again, Pearland is to the left of this chart, fairly lean on the general government side of things, about the same as Irving. Looking at public safety, the more you break these out, the more caveats you have to add, right? So there's a note on the right saying that this includes fire, emergency management, police. Some of these people have volunteer fire departments. If they have a separate EMS department, we included that here. EMS is part of our fire department. And you can see that we're at 3.4, which is the same as the city of Sugar Land. Looking at the fire department, just splitting them out from public safety. We're approximately the same as the city of Frisco here.
This includes all fire department personnel. This is not just your firefighters, the people you see out on the trucks. This is the full stack of personnel that it takes to run a fire department, so everyone who's behind the scenes as well. Denton didn't offer a breakdown between police and fire. Unfortunately, that's why they show 0. On the police side of things, City of Pearland, right between Sugar Land and Conroe on this one. This includes all sworn personnel and professional staff. So again, that full stack of what it takes to run a police department, not just the officers out on the street. Some notes, not all cities have a jail or a dispatch staff. Denton didn't provide a breakout, and we put an asterisk next to Frisco, Sugar Land, and Friendswood, which are non-civil service police departments. And so there's a little bit of a difference when comparing those. So overall, we used the latest data we could get. The population data that we used for the per capita calculations are the fresh ones that have been released for the redistricting purposes just a few weeks ago. In every area, Pearland was, pretty lean in our operations compared to our similar cities. There was no areas where we were that we saw where we were standing out as having more employees or being top heavy or anything like that. On the general fund position discussion, this is the same slide you saw in our first discussion. These are the 7.5 positions that are being added to the general fund in the proposed budget. You can see not all of them are full-time positions. Some of them are split with the enterprise fund. New, though, is a note to the right that helps City Council understand kind of what the city staff's highest priorities are versus some items that maybe could wait if the City Council so chooses, as well as notes on like the actual impact on the general fund, right? So that asset manager, technically their quarter of their salary is going to come out of the general fund. But overall, it's going to be a pretty small impact if we hold that one on the general fund side of things because it's only a quarter of an FTE. All right. I put a slide here because I assume there would be some questions about FTE comparisons, salaries, comp and class. So with that, I will bring it back to you, City Manager Pearson.
So Mayor and Council, if you want to pause and just any clarifying questions on this, but really we need to get into the number part that's next. And as we noted, we pulled that together last week per the council request, and lots of caveats about, just how we gathered that information, what we had. And then we all need to stipulate that, per capita is not the best measure for everything, but it is something, so.
No, I think in a short amount of time, pulling the comparison of FTEs to us and peer cities, I thought that was a pretty good exercise, and certainly showed us some I think a good comparison. Just like anything, we can always find fault in certain comparisons, but I think in general it's pretty good. And certainly we work with the best information that we're provided with these other cities. Comparing city to city to city is so difficult. Like you said, certain cities run off a more mud-driven, where a lot of those operations are done there. Others don't have full-time fire, so it's difficult to compare every city as a complete apple to apple, So I think it was a good exercise to do that. It certainly gives us an idea of where we are. I think now, obviously, staff is looking for some feedback on comp and class, as excuse me, for the general fund, and I'll open it up to council for Member Owens.
Yeah, one thing I make a statement starting off, and probably everybody knows it, but this budget, if we pass it the way it is right now, this will be the largest budget in the history of Pearland for what it is. But going back in and looking at some of the areas here, when you get into some of the other cities, Pasadena, they don't have a fire department. The chemical plants have a fire department, and they take care of that. So that's all down. And of course, they've got a lot more industry over there and things of that nature that has a bigger, from what the mayor tells me over there, if he gets ready to raise an increase on a budget, the people from the industries come in and ask them how much money you need. We don't want a tax increase. We'll give you how much money you want. And so that's the way they do it. But you compare us to Plano, which is a lot of industry there and a lot of commercial business, and a lot of the other cities. It's hard to do that. At some point in time, I think we're going to have to come through and do a study in each one of the departments and that we have in the city and see what the responsibilities are and how many staff it takes to do those responsibilities. I mean, we can come up with different things with the cities through there, and so that's one of the things. And Charlie's not here; he's left. But one of the other things, I left the city of Houston. We didn't get any kind of a pay increase for 4 years, and so I wasn't making that much money there anyway. But anyway, I think some of the concern that we need to look at is some of the changes that's listed in here and what needs to be done. But I think the overall budget process that we're going through right now, we do need some reductions made, and I think Councilman over here, Alex was talking about some of the positions, and I go back to a white paper that we got from the city, and they said staff this came up, and they made a statement that some of the priorities that we had, we need to hold on to those priorities and not come into this area for right now to do that. So we may have to postpone some of the things that we looked at as it is right now to sometime in the future, because we can't, I guess, overworking the staff on what's going on, the amount of work that we're doing and looking at the CIP coming out. So those are my concerns on there is that, it's a situation that we need to look at, and I know everybody's got their own opinion to it, but we're going to be able to do what we can do. But at some point in time, this council and mayor up here, we got elected by the people in this city, and so we got to give back to the community something. I get people asking me when we're going to cut the tax rate that we have here, and others want to know, when we're going to get be able to come in and give a homestead exemption for those 65 and under on there. And a lot of them are looking at my increase went up on my home, and I'm paying more taxes on it, and as it is. And we're looking at also running a 5.7% unemployment within Pearland right now. A lot of people are finally going back to work, but they're going back to jobs that pay less than what they had. And these are taxpayers. And when you come in and you look at it, you got your three biggest employers is Alvin Community School, our district there, Pearland School District and City. And the only thing that they have in common, all their money comes from taxpayers. So at some point in time, we're going to have to look at it, and there's probably some things that we need to look in this budget. And I'm not saying it's all about wages and what have you, but we're getting up about 70% of the general fund through there, maybe a little bit more. That's our salaries are coming up at that point of being 70 to 75% of the total budget for the general fund. So I think we need to look at it realistically, what we can do, what we can't do, and pull it in there. And some of the areas that we need to look at and postponing it, and instead of spending the money down right now, we can wait and go a year from now, a year and a half from now, before we can do it. And some of the positions of the 19 positions, maybe we need to look at coming out, and we only do 10 positions that we need to do it and make the decisions, which are the 10 that we need to do for this year, coming in and doing that. So, it's a give and take is what we're going to have to do at some point. We can't continue to come in and increase the taxpayers, to the point that they can't pay anymore. So that's what, the big concern is that I have. And, and all of these things that we're proving right now, they're going to be reoccurring for this next year in 23 when we do the budget. So whatever we got right now and what we approve on right now, it's going to be back plus whatever the increase is for 23. So, that's my part, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. we have a tendency to oversimplify this budget necessarily, as we could be here for 10 consecutive days and not even scratch the surface of the complexity of a budget this size. Kind of looking things at a macro level. So my company's growing. I have 14 employees now. I have to add a few more employees. I have a few employees that are reaching out to me and talking about their salary, and we make our adjustments annually as well. Certainly a budget that's much more simplified than this, but still complex. Still complex to try and figure out how we're going to balance these things, how we're going to make sure that that compensation is there. How do I make sure that the people I enjoy working with and who enjoy working with each other feel comfortable that they can stay? But I also have to account for how much money is the company bringing in. Certainly, I'm not bringing in this kind of value, and I don't have this kind of flexibility as a company equivalent to this size would. But the complexities are still there. In order to be able to provide the additional salaries, in order to be able to provide the additional staff members, there has to be additional revenue to offset that. That's how businesses are run. Cities are run, and I hear quite often that run the budget like you do your household budget. Run the business. Every business has to do cuts, and I make the counter argument: a city budget is to a business budget like a cat is to a dog. They look similar, but they're totally different animals. They operate differently. They have different parameters which they fall under. We have already set a tax rate. We did that in the last meeting. So we're capped at how much money we're gonna generate. And though I wasn't here in the meeting for that meeting, I would have voted for that tax rate. So we're capped at what we're gonna bring in. So anything that we give on top of the salaries that are proposed is gonna have to come from somewhere else. I don't think, and I'll say that I have always been a strong advocate for compensating our employees. I will remain a strong advocate for compensating our employees. I think at a minimum, we need to give them what they're requesting here. Again, going back to my company, my own personal company, if I give everybody a 10 or 15% raise, but negate to listen to them when they say, yeah, but we're getting too many projects and I'm having to work every weekend, then they're still not going to stay. So we can't do one without doing the other. Not without being disingenuous to what we're trying to do, which is give our employees a comfortable place to live where they can generate enough revenue to live comfortably, to enjoy their family. That's the goal. That's what we owe them for the service they provide. I think what we should do, and be honest about it, is we're not going to be able to eat this all in one chunk. What my proposal in broad strokes was let's accomplish what we want to accomplish in this budget, and I am in agreement with what staff is recommending now. But let's make an aggressive push over the next few years to not just look at how do we keep our employees, how do we keep them up with the cost of living adjustment, but also how do we keep it up with what we believe to be is the rate at which other cities may be increasing the salaries of employees. Like I said, we need a COLA adjustment every year. We need to take a look at what our competitive balance adjustment is every year. And then my belief is that we should give those to the department heads and let them make the adjustments for the employees who have merited a higher increase, and the employees who have not, they just stick with the COLA. Idealistically, that's what I would like to do. We can't do that all in this budget. That's a goal for next year, and maybe we can plan along that. But let's get them where we can now. Let's get them the equipment that they're asking for now. Let's get them the other coworkers that they're asking for now. So we're not having one individual do all 900 payroll accounts every year. We need that the employee. I'm sure that GIS is desperate to need both of those technicians. I'm sure that just seeing the quality of our GIS versus most other cities, it's a generally demanding job to input all that information. I struggle to cynically look through all of this and think that there's a whole lot more we can do and change at this stage with this input and our ability to dive into this as shallow as we can and make a whole lot of modifications. I'm interested in what some of the other council members have researched and studied and what proposals they have, but I don't think that we need to make any wholesale changes to what the budget is doing right now. We want to, I think when we get to the enterprise fund, I may want to tick off an FTE or two for the 9% rate, but I don't want to just freeze everything. I do want to get our employees well paid. I want them well compensated. I want their benefits to be commensurate with their value to the city, as well as commensurate to what other cities are offering to their employees. But y'all have to know, we got to be patient with this. We just got the comp and class study. We just realized recently that we're further behind than what we anticipated. If you'll remember some of the discussions that we've had in the past, the 2% COLA was sometimes a struggle for us to get to. So it wasn't as if we were intentionally trying to underpay you. We just thought the 2% COLA would at least keep you competitive, and it turned out the comp and class study showed us that we're not. That's why we solicited it, so we can make sure that y'all are all paid commensurate with those who work in other cities. So I think that we need to adopt the budget generally where we are. We can clip a few things out here and there, but I don't think that we need to make any significant changes to the FTEs that we're adding on. I would be willing to bet that if we ask penetrative questions about each one of those FTEs, we would find out that these FTEs are probably 10 years behind and needing to be added. And that the workload, as we can see from the FTE per capita, is probably significantly higher, and that those positions are needed. I would say that from experience, having worked here, nearly everybody here is probably doing two people's jobs. And before we get too much into, we can sacrifice these FTEs, I would struggle to have anybody go to any department and find the one that's overstaffed and over-resourced. So I don't want to say, I personally, it's a disingenuous argument to say, let's make sure everybody's compensated well, but let's not give them the equipment and the coworkers they need in order to make sure that they have a good work-life balance. That's all I have for now, Mayor.
Good comments. Member Little?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Perez took a lot of what I have down here in my notes.
I just cheat off what
He had the
He
binoculars.
gave you a lesson in government economics, government accounting, how it works. It's really pretty simple. If we pay the city employees more than what the city is proposing based on the current tax rate and the budget, we've got to pull that money from somewhere else. So we've got to ask the city to go back and say, okay, you guys need to cut somewhere else and put that into payroll. There's the new FTEs are at 19. What do we tell them? Come back with a plan for 10. Put that money into the current employee salaries. I've been looking at the increased budget for conferences and seminars. It's way higher than it was last year. I know we had COVID over the last 2 years, but we don't know where COVID is going to be over the next year either. So I would say looking for some cuts there. If we keep increasing taxes and we keep increasing the cost of water in this city, we're going to drive people right out of the city. People won't have the ability to live here, especially people that are on fixed incomes and the people in the lower economic classes. The tax increase is kind of a double-barrel shotgun with the hot real estate markets. The appraisal district's been driving our values up, and then now we're increasing the tax rate. When I worked at Continental Airlines, I was there for 7 years, and part of my plan was...
We're actually lowering the tax rate. I want to make sure.
Okay.
We're bringing in more money.
Yeah, no. And we are. I just want to make sure.
At Continental, when times got hard,
senior management told the department heads to cut your budgets by 5%. I don't care where you do it, go find 5% and come back with a new budget. We can do that, put that in the payroll. I'm not going to tell the city where to try to cut. We can tell them to go back and come back with a decrease, and we want to put that into the payroll budget, try to get employees where they need to be quicker than what's on the table now. I don't know. There's $5 million in the revenue side from federal funding. That's going to go away. This is from the COVID emergency fund. What are we going to do when we don't have that $5 million next year to pay these additional 19 FTEs? It just seems that the number of employees that we're hiring is outpacing the population growth of the city, which, you know, in a lot of ways doesn't make sense to me. Oh, that's my 2 cents worth. I'll listen to what the rest of the councilman has to say.
Member Camcar?
Yes, sir. Clay, I know, I see the face. We can get a chance to talk real quick, but I want to go back to Eric real quick. So for the class and comp study, what is the budget number in the general fund, not all the other funds, for dollars, and then what are the buckets that those dollars are going to?
So in the general fund, $2.49 million is in salaries. There will be an additional $748,000 worth of benefits, right? As salaries go up, benefit costs increase. And then $500,000 will be implemented on top of that $2.49 million and that $748,000. An additional $500,000 is coming in on top for bilingual pay and sick leave, which is a total of $3.73 million.
So that's the class and comp. That's the big bucket of quote unquote new money outside of FTEs. That's just going in. So 2.4 is a 64.4 number that I quoted earlier valid for the general fund for the 2021 budget.
Yes, I don't have it in front of me.
I have the book here, and the mayor has seen it. So 2.4 on 64.4 is not a lot. Probably less than 4%. And that's the real dollars in. Member Little and Member Owens, I'm in their camp a little bit. I want no FTEs until we can actually pay a number that is higher. We could do something where we split half of that. If there's 1.7 million in new FTEs across budgets, put $800,000 in salary and get that percentage over, then put the rest in the piggy bank. Lower the rate for the citizens, and guess what? If you did that, you'd also be lowering the water rate because there's $600,000 in enterprise fund salaries. And if we, can you put up that, I sent you a file, Eric. There's a file that's the debt service calculation for the water. I might have screwed that up. I am an Aggie. That's right, Mayor.
I am so tired of him saying that, Mayor.
It makes everybody.
I said
Not
that
all
because,
Aggies.
and I said that
Yeah.
because you're an Aggie.
Yeah, it's
So, you
page
know.
it's page 385 of the memo, of the agenda memo on the file, on the big packet.
Yeah.
It's on the website.
Yep.
I know,
Give me a
it's
sec.
all fair. I apologize to the team for making these examples.
No, you're good.
Page 55?
Well, I don't know. The file that, okay, I would. Here, give me just a moment. I just sent you a file, Eric. It's that one slide.
All right, give me 1 sec to
Oh, you got it.
the email.
That's my fault. So, and here's the thing, the budget is $100 million this year, And to the point that member Little said, 11.8 of that is ARPA money. We've received 5.8 of it, haven't spent all of it, but there's another 5.8 we haven't received. And the point I would like to make is it's really hard for me to grow the government from an $89 million budget to a $100 million budget on 11% one-time money. And when we're putting 19 FTEs out in the world, at some point we're going to have to pay the piper. That's going to be next year. These FTEs are not going to roll off the budget next year. And how do we do that? And I struggle to understand that. I haven't had a good explanation of how we're going to close the gap on $6.7 million of one-time money. So in the example here, the debt bond coverage ratio was told to us is a very important number. The reason we're raising our rates to 9% is to put more revenue in, not mess with expenses, and then meet our debt service obligation, which is that $20.24 million number at the bottom. If you pull out of the 19 FTEs, the 660,000 employees for a plant that is not built yet, that number goes to a debt service coverage ratio of 1.48. That means you could lower the revenue, not do 9%, because you don't have the same amount of expenses. You have less expenses, you can lower the rate. We haven't had that discussion yet. I'm proposing as part of the 0 FTEs that we put some of that money into the existing salaries that we're already underfunding and then lower the water rate. And here's the thing, nobody should say that we're not going to hire these water people, but the mayor has pointed out, let's go out for an RFQ and let's go side by side this money. Can we not push these guys for 6 months so we can go get that side by side RFQ and not go push a 9% rate increase? I'm not saying we're not going to do it. I'm just saying let's get some hard data beyond this is what I think. I got a memo saying this is what I think it costs. I would like something better than that for the residents of Pearland. If somebody wants to tell me that we don't need 19 FTEs, fair enough. I just don't have a place to pay for them next year. I don't have a recurring $11 million tranche. I can be convinced to go to 9 or 10. Let's find the ones that we need, and let's put the difference in salaries where we can, $300,000-$400,000, and then let's pocket the rest and lower the rate a little bit. I think that's the win-win. That's what I'm proposing. So somebody can offer me somewhere between 0 and 19, I could probably get there.
It's a good thought, and just so we'll know, this is part of the discussion, the second half of what staff's wanting to get into will be, so I'm glad you teed that up. But I'll ask the question now. Let's just ask it and get it on the record. So how many of these FTEs that are being proposed are being paid for out of the $11+ million that we're receiving from federal funds?
None.
Okay. So recurring employees of the 19 FTEs are not included in that money. So our base, if you will, collections of tax monies are still what's supporting them.
Right. We don't take one-time infusions of money and then put them towards perpetual costs like staff. Otherwise, we'd end up in a horrible position of having to lay off a fire department or something like that. And we would never
Eric,
want to do
we
that.
talked about this. This is spackle though, right? Like at the end of the day, the budget, the general fund is the general fund, and this is spackle. And most likely, we're not going to come up with another. We had natural growth in our tax rate of $3.2 million, and we have a budget of $100 million. I'm guessing 11% of that is the 11 million. Where are we going to make up the 6% next year? Let's assume we get another 3%. Just for the sake of discussion, we're still $3 million short.
I understand.
It's being spent on one-time purchases,
No,
not recurring.
No, Mayor, I agree with you. But you know that these budgets don't roll back very easily.
No. I get that. But we have told the public that these 19 FTEs are being paid for with one-time HARPA funds, and that's not the case.
But it's like a balloon. But Mayor, in fairness, it's a balloon, right? And you can squeeze here and squeeze here.
Sure.
Because we didn't use the ARPA money here and we used it here. At the end of the day, the 19 FTEs still go on the balance sheet.
I think the argument is money is fungible, and if it's in one account,
100%.
But we do account for things in particular
Sure.
budgetary items so that there is an accountability of this is where we're using this money for that. So.
And the reality is that of the 19, again, I want to make sure that we're talking fact across the board here. The general fund itself, not enterprise fund, the general fund itself has 7.5% FTEs, not 19. So where again, it's two buckets of money, and how it's being funded and how it gets collected and how it gets spent. It's two buckets of money. And so the HARPA funds, or whatever they are, the $11 million funds, is coming into the general fund, not into.
Hey, well, and I just want to clarify.
And when we get to the other
Yes, sir.
discussion, we can talk about the additional.
Some of the higher paid folks, the tech operators, they're split general funds,
They are.
enterprise funds. So you might have 75 in one bucket and 25 here.
Right.
But these are the larger line items.
And here you got 25% that are public works admin, and they're
Yes, sir.
they're a small portion out of the general fund. So I want to make sure that we're talking apples to apples here, not using all 19 of these FTEs in the general fund, which they're not. There is a difference between all that. The monies that are coming in from the federal government does not go into the enterprise fund. It goes here into the general fund. So I just want to make sure that we're delineating that and answering the question. So I appreciate that. Mayor Pro Tem, comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Eric, last meeting I had asked a question if you had what a percentage point increase for all of the general fund salaries would equal. Did you get that number?
That will be in the follow-up memo
Okay.
that we are actively working on, and we'll get out to you this week.
Okay. So since I don't have that, that's going to limit some of the things I say. But do you know, yeah, what the 527 that you added towards the inflation concerns, what that percentage was of the original amount? I couldn't do the math myself, but I'm lazy. So yeah, there you go. What? So that 527, did that represent a percentage increase above and beyond? Do you know what that percentage was?
I don't off the top of my head. We'll get that back to you, though.
Okay. That can be a follow-up as well. So with those two things, I keep going back to this number that I keep finding every time I go back and start looking, and remember Camcar had talked about, the price of groceries and things going up. Whenever I start looking at the consumer price index and kind of trying to pull some of the extremes out, I still kind of derive a 6% number. Seems to be pretty easy to find on various sources and things like that, or analyses that other people do, just kind of looking at the overall. And I would really feel more comfortable if we could get across the board closer to that 6% number. And so that's why, I'm really going back and asking for what the percentage point increase represents as far as a dollar amount. If we can figure out what that is and be able to get to a 6%, and actually I think closer to probably 5.9, but if we can get somewhere closer to that, and I'm assuming that's probably like another percentage point-ish, then I had emailed you earlier some proposed cuts, which I understand were somewhat arbitrary in some senses, but they were at least things that I'd identified that maybe we could, to member Little's point. We still don't know what COVID's going to do, so I think there are some areas where maybe we could pull a little bit out, but I'll leave that up to staff to make that determination. I just really want to know what that percentage point is, so if we can add that percentage point, I think that would make me feel a little bit better that we're giving our employees something that was closer to what I consider to be, making them whole on the CPI, the rise in just kind of consumer goods.
Yeah, I will add to the discussion that a lot of the inflation we're seeing right now is what they call transitory inflation, which means that there's a whole lot of volatile prices in a few categories that are driving.
Right, and that's why I said I
levels.
try to pull those outliers out of the equation. Yeah, and so that would be like gasoline and funny enough, even like milk. But still, they'll try to pull those out, and that's still kind of where I've landed. And then I had a maybe something here that it's probably going to be a sensitive subject, but I'm going to say it anyway. I'm going to ask it. I'm going to put it out there. I would really like to get some more clarity. I asked this last time. I don't know that I've seen this yet, but some more clarity on that. Roughly, I think it was said about $300,000 that's outstanding for the ISD reimbursements that were owed. If we could figure out a plan to get that into our budget and put that towards something or back something out, I would just like some clarity on what that plan and timeline is. If we can get that somehow into this fiscal year. I just don't want to keep building up that number, doing things, doing additional repairs where we have a cost share agreement and we're not really realizing that cost sharing. So
Yes, Councilman, and we do have that question tagged for follow-up in this week. The Director of Parks and Rec can add a little color to those.
I didn't even see you back there, Carrie. I'm sorry. You're hiding. Josh is blocking you.
I am. I'm hiding back here in the back. No, we took a look at all of the numbers. The current outstanding total as of right now since 2019 is $226,073.65. Some of the items that we have coming up in the upcoming budget, including the activity pool plaster and the potential Dectron replacement. Their portions of those would be $27,250, and for the Dectron, $1,603,000. As I mentioned during the last workshop, that we do have plans to sit down with Pearland ISD and to talk about some direction moving forward and how we will take care of the outstanding debt, as well as set up a plan so we're not in this situation again.
Okay. I appreciate that. Yeah, so those are kind of my general comments on this. I would like to get our employees closer to that number that I've cited. But I'll leave it kind of open-ended there and just wait for your feedback on a follow-up. I won't push anything too hard tonight until you can get back to me on that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. Eric, if you go back to slide 16.
Yes, sir.
I mean, this shows, this has words on a screen that I didn't feel were correct when damn near half of PD standing in here. So, I mean, you're saying that the comp and class plan is fully implemented and everybody's paid 100% of market. And that doesn't jive with what we're hearing from PD. And I agree with Councilman Kamkar. I can understand some of PD's numbers. I mean, no offense, they're not doing high math, but you look at Evergreen stuff and what they're trying to pull off, and I can't follow it. So if I've got to lean towards one side or the other, it's PD, and so that's still not reconciled, right? And I don't know if it has for anybody. And my guess is it's not, because everybody's kind of fighting up here. How do we get some more comp or some more compensation? And so I agree, but how do we get more compensation? Because if you believe slide 16, we're saying, hey, let's go overpay our staff. And I feel like we're fighting up here to get everybody up to market. And so how can you reconcile that for us?
Sure. So one, I think no matter what employee you talk to, if you came and talked to my budget office, we all think we deserve, more than what we're getting, right? But the truth is the budget is a limited amount of funds that we have to distribute according to the priorities of the city, and paying our employees well is certainly one of those, but it is just one of those priorities, right? It's a limited pot of money, so to add money to it has to take away from somewhere else.
So are you saying that when up here it says the budget fully implements the comp and class plan? So you're saying that comp and class plan is not going to 100%?
So, Eric, I think Lorraine needs to talk to this one. And I think there's going to be, I look at the words and I can see what you're saying. And I think maybe between the first and the third bullet, that might be part of it. But I think Lorraine needs to talk to that and explain that, because I don't think, yeah.
So with the comp and class plan, it's not bringing everyone up to market because there is a 10-year parity that puts it at cap. So our job is, our responsibility is to kind of get them towards that by implementing the options of the step plan and making it a little bit more aggressive, as opposed to having an open plan, which is 30 years, and moving it to a 16-tier plan where they can reach the actual maximum within a shorter time frame. So that's what we're looking at in terms of the implementation for the proposed comp and class plan.
Okay, and on that 10% parity, I guess I'm still trying to wrap my head around that as well. I get, so you've got maybe a fire lieutenant that's been a four-year lieutenant. He's going to hit that 10% cap.
So this is implemented, your 4 or 5 year lieutenant's going to be paid the same as a 1-year lieutenant. Right?
That's correct at this very moment.
How do we close that gap in the future year? Are we going to accelerate the guy that's been with us longer, farther along in the steps? Or are we saying, man, I appreciate your service, but you're worth the guy that we hired last week?
I wouldn't want to send that message. But in order to get the guys caught up or the team caught up, it will have to be a phased approach when it comes down to making this investment. And it's something that we have to consider moving forward if we want to actually pay them in accordance to their years of service with a new step plan. But this is an entry point with regards to the step plan by slotting them by their current salaries according to the 10-year parity plan.
So are we going to close that gap faster for our tenured folks? Right, so I mean, if I was hired last week as a lieutenant, I'd come in as year 1 lieutenant. You have somebody that's been with the city for 10 years, maybe he's riding up for 5 years as lieutenant, and I get that because of the 10% parity, we're going to be equal this year. Are we going to continue to be equal? I mean, that's not a message I want to send.
Correct.
And so how do we solve that? And you can get back to us on this, but that's a huge message that we're sending is, man, I appreciate your service, but you're now equal to somebody we hired last week. And if we can't close that gap, I'm not in favor of this plan.
And that's, I want to dovetail on that because that's where my question about years 2, 3, and 4. If we know, and again, I understand every city out there is going through budget and they're changing some stuff, but if we understand that there are certain people, we have to do this today, but we are dialing this up and down in years 2, 3, and 4, where we're getting that, where we're accelerating certain people and really creating the steps. I'd like to know if that's in the plan. And I mean, I keep hearing that's what we're talking about, but do we know what that number looks like? And again, it may be a range now, and obviously through the budget process in the coming years, we get there. But that's, I mean, I'd kind of like to know what that step to the step plan is going to be.
I'm kind of with both you, Mayor, and Member Carbone. You know what? We're looking at 2 different things. What it's the snapshot of the budget for this year and what we can afford with the rate that we already adopted, and how much flexibility we have within that. And after Member Orlando speaks, I think there's some possibility we can possibly move some money around within the general fund. But we really are talking about, in my opinion, 2 separate things. What's the best jumping off point to get these guys, now that we know what the comp and class study has showed that we're not where we want to be? What's the best jumping off point, and how aggressively can we get them? I don't think, and I think what staff is trying to communicate to us, we can't afford to do it all in one chunk. And I don't think that we're advocating to try and get it all in one chunk. That would be a lot. But you know, if we want to go to a more aggressive plan, maybe subsequent to this budget or as an instruction to staff for subsequent budgets, you know, I'd offered one possibility, one way of going if we want to be more aggressive and say, look, over the next three years, we need to get everybody to where the comp and class says they need to be, or 10% higher or 5% higher, whatever we agree to, and then make sure that we have a path moving forward. I would struggle to say if we don't get everybody caught up this year that we're failing them, because I just don't think that it's reasonable and budgetarily possible.
Member President, I think you're making a great point. What I would tell you is this. There's a difference between pie cutting and growing the pie. Those are 2 different discussions. The fire team has a discussion about how is the pie allocated. I've not heard that they're saying the pie and the amount of it is terrible. It's just that it's not allocated in a way that makes sense for the team. And I think some of the members here want to add to the pie and make it bigger. And then I think there needs to be a strong discussion in the next 6 months. How are we allocating the pie for this group here? Because it's clearly that there's money there, it's just not in the right spots. And as somebody who works in development and the people who are accountants,
It's revenues and expenses, revenues, expenses. I'm focused on more money in the bucket. How we divide out the bucket is a different discussion, but there's clearly not enough money in the bucket. That's just, we're not putting enough food on the table. I got one guy here, haven't been given a raise in 4 years. I mean, I don't know how the hell that works, but that's, I mean, he doesn't sound like a bad guy. I mean, he's the president of the Firefighter Association. Can't be a bad guy to me. And so we need to put more money in the bucket. And I'm happy if they're okay with us having a longer range discussion on how we divide the pie, but I think we need to put more in the bucket.
Go back, member
Sorry,
Carbone.
Member Carbone. I
I
apologize.
interrupt, but I just wanted to dovetail. That's where I was trying to get to with my question earlier.
And a couple of councilmen have hit on merit, some sort of merit program in the future. There's a consensus there, I think, so I support that. And then if you go back to slide 28, I think this is where it comes down to nuts and bolts. I heard Cam Carr say he wants to take this 7.5 to 0. I think unless staff has a consensus, I think we need to prioritize these and let's figure out what we're willing to cut or defer. I don't know if you want to do that now or after Orlando goes, but this is where the discussion comes back to pretty quick.
Yeah, I agree with that and appreciate it. I'll go quickly. A lot of things have been covered. A new goal that we added this year in our council goal setting retreat, and we set the kind of guiding principles for the city as we operate, is financial sustainability. And as we've said many times up here, our budget, I mean, we are a people-based organization. Our budget is a people-based budget. This drives all other decisions in a really serious way. And so I think these are all really important questions. I just had a couple things. One, wanted to say completely agree and think we have pretty broad consensus on the merit pay and appreciate the work that's been done there. Initially, I know in our February packet, we had a write-up on that, and I know that that's in progress, but certainly something that I think we all, or almost all, want to move towards in the future. I guess my question that I don't think has been covered yet, and I don't know if this was in the calculations done as part of the Everbridge study, we put this 10% cap in. I guess I understand we want to reduce volatility. Beyond that, I guess you put in this 10% cap, you reduce volatility, and you're kind of controlling the cost. You're controlling the shock to the system of raising everyone up so quickly. I guess, could you speak more towards what other reasons are in place for capping someone at 10%, even if that leads to maybe really unfavorable outcomes on a person-by-person basis? And then, I mean, kind of my big question is, do we know, or could we pretty easily calculate what would be the cost associated with eliminating that 10% cap? So sorry, to distill that down, what are the reasons for a 10% cap? And if we were to eliminate that, what would the cost be to the city?
10% cap was for budgetary reasons, because the pool is not, so large at hand, but we do have calculations as it pertains to if we removed the 10% cap and left it at tenure parity, it is a lot more expensive. But
Gotcha.
I'll get it to you a little bit later.
Awesome. Yeah, I just think that would be useful as we're sitting here talking about, how do we get money from other areas? Could we fix that with that money, or is it in a different ballpark entirely? So I think that's really important to me. But if I could just, I think, distill down a lot of what we've talked about here and a lot of the frustrations, and we've gone off on a lot of different tangents, but the unfortunate reality of all of this is that what we seem to be saying is that as of today, we can't pay everybody what we think they are under the study. The kind of discussion, and Member Hernandez asked if it was semantic, but we're kind of on a path to getting there. But as of today, we can't pay everyone what our study says they deserve. Second, we want to bring on new FTEs kind of on top of that, exacerbating that problem. And then third, inflation is just this huge headwind that makes everything more difficult. It makes it hard to predict where things are going to be in the future. We don't know how transitory it is. So it makes that difficult. It makes these, good steps that we're trying to take as a result of Everbridge study less impactful, because people's dollars are worth less. And that's obviously no one's fault in this room, but that's just the unfortunate reality of it, that it is this huge headwind that eats into the gains that we're finally getting the chance to make up for in terms of salary. So that just sucks, honestly. But I think that's kind of where we are, in a lot of the frustrations that we're hearing is, fundamentally, when you look at this, we're getting closer, we're doing better, but we can't pay everyone today what we think they deserve. We want to bring on new people, and that's going to exacerbate the problem. because we have to be sustainable going forward. And then inflation is just, at least for now, making this even harder. And so I agree with where Carbone ended up there and I see that there's some initial work kind of done towards that. Like, well, let's see the prioritization. Let's do right by people. Because again, if we have a successful policy as it pertains to our workforce and our retention and our people, if we do right by our people, we're going to have better outcomes. So
Good comments. I'm going to put this on the table just for discussion purposes. And I know it's been mentioned, and it was mentioned by Sergeant Carroll. But what does it look like if we took the dollars allocated for bilingual and buyback? Those are not policies that we have now. Those are brand new. And I get it, that's pay. But if in the event, in trying to get the step pay and trying to get people paid at where closer to market, seems to me, and I don't know what that looks like. And so I don't know in the next week if that can be calculated to figure out that. And again, ultimately I probably won't even be voting on the budget if we have a full house that night. So, but I think it's information worth understanding, because if we eliminated that and put it into the comping class and got people to market, then we come back in the subsequent years. So in other words, make a bigger jump now on the salary and then do the secondary pieces next year. Put it on the table so we know what that looks like. Ultimately, it's something we have to wrestle with and decide one way or the other. And I understand, Adam, your comments. And that's why I say I'm going to put it on the table for discussion. And I know that's not where you wanted your comments to go. So I want, full disclosure, anybody in the city understanding that is not where you want it to go. I'm putting it on here just so we know the data.
Mayor,
That's all.
I think, and I can't remember, Eric, did we say the number was 500,000?
Correct.
Across the citywide, all over the place?
Yeah. For bilingual and sick leave buyback, that is correct.
No, it's a real number. I guess I'll put this for consideration. There's about $450,000 in FTEs. I don't know if we can pull up there's some of them. Senior office assistant, 54.4. That's in the could wait list. Animal shelter attendant, same situation, 55,000. Utility maintenance, 48.3, could be in the wait list. GIS tech, 67.8, that could be in the wait list. Utility billing specialist, 48.5, that could be in the wait list. And the GIS analyst, that's $357,000 right there, Mayor, in the could be wait list. That would move dollars out. Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, revenues and expenditures for this budget is $229,000 to the good, unallocated.
Yes.
We go throw 450,000 plus or minus plus 0.229 plus, sorry, 0.45, that's 0.67, $670,000 more in the salaries plus the 2.49 that was previously mentioned. That's $3.16 million going to salaries as opposed to 2.4. Divided by 64.4, which is last year's general fund budget, that's about 4.9%. Member Hernandez wants to get a 6, and I'm there, buddy. But I got to hack at this. I think that's a real good starting point. If the team on the enterprise fund side wants to give us some of theirs for the water tax rate, I'd love to at least punt them for 6 months. But that gets us to a place where the water rate comes down, as well as we're putting more monies in the salaries.
Eric, where's that excess that he mentioned going? The excess we have in the budget. So
a $200,000
Yes.
Revenue over expense for FY22 will flow to fund balance.
and that's towards the policy that we're looking, the new policy. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Right. We'll be over the new policy either way.
We will be.
Yes. 2.6 million.
Okay.
So for the next discussion, if staff could take this slide 28, throw a column in there, price them out, and then maybe sort them by priorities.
Absolutely.
That staff recommends, and then we can work through the line
And then with some of the other data we've got, I think we can give some clear direction.
Like if it could wait till mid-year, if it waits till the third quarter, what does that mean in the budget?
Before you get there, let's just look at two alternatives, because FTEs are one part of what's being proposed, but there's other things that aren't FTEs that are proposed. And just looking at the general fund, we're looking at about $650,000 for video conferencing, zero-turn mowers, the Central Park restroom.
That's 821,000 in equipment.
So, I mean, we've got, I would much rather attack the additional equipment and maybe the projects and get that money back to staff before we start taking away the employees that they may need to be able to get hours back with their families. We can maybe we get to that value, see where that takes us, and if we're not quite where we want to be, then we start taking the FTEs and postponing them by half a year or a year. I struggle to get to the point where we're giving them a raise but not giving them help. I just don't see how that helps us with employee motivation. So, but I think everybody can deal with, hey, look, my mower is broken and it sucks, but I was able to get $5,000 more this year, and so I'll tolerate using this crappy mower for another year. And I mean, the bathroom, I'd certainly love to have it, but it's $200,000, $300,000. Much rather give that to the employees for this year, since we know we've got a big jump to do. I think we can take a look at some historical costs. I know Member Little and I were talking about this on the side. Maybe there's some ways we can squeeze out some historical costs that are built into the budget and even give even further compensation there. And then if we don't get to where we want to go, then we start looking at the FTEs. For the general fund, I think the enterprise fund is a different discussion, but for the general fund, that's at least what I would propose. I think, Mayor, I think we hear with consensus, we all want to make sure that we're getting further closer to the conversation.
Where I was going to ask was for Clay and the staff. And again, we've got a couple of different proposals, if you will. I wouldn't say that we have consensus. I think we have consensus to do everything possible in this budget to get salaries closer to market. I hear that consensus across the board, okay? How we get there, we still have a difference of opinion. But I think that difference of opinion will be clearer if we actually have the numbers and what it looks like. In other words, take your proposal, what does that look like? Take your proposal, what does that look like? Your proposal, take that and see what it looks like. Then we build consensus. But we have consensus that we want to do more.
Mayor, can we, just that vein, I know we don't have all the numbers and I'm rattling off things like a freaking calculator, but can we at least maybe hand poll, are we willing to look at reallocating of the 19 FTEs that are in the general fund, some, not all of them are there, moving those dollars into salaries? Because I think that gives direction. If we go and say, well, we want to do proposal A, B, and C, and they're very vastly different, I mean, we're where we were 2 weeks ago, but only so much.
Yeah, and what I've heard on that is I've heard somewhat of people talking about, let's talk about the FTEs, but they want to see from staff, not us, going cut, cut, cut. They want staff to go back and say, no, we could do away with this one for the year, or we could do away with this one for 6 months. I think that's what I'm hearing before just saying going and doing. And again, I think some of the proposals are similar that are out there. But I think we certainly have consensus that we want to do more. We want to get closer to market this year and do less on a few other things.
Sure. And
I think that makes sense.
One other thing, Mr. Carroll, there's a police officer. He's probably the highest number on the highlight list. It's $185,000. By my calc here, if we find the punt number, let's call it $450,000 across 8 people. And we add the fund balance, which is $229,000, and we add your 185, would that be amenable to the team? Because that now puts $860,000 more in salaries, and that brings you, with the 2.4 and the 860,000, that puts you in a 5.1% real money increase as opposed to that. None of these guys here are going to touch police. They're scared. It's not good politically. But if the police officers say, hey, we would rather have all our police paid better as opposed to one extra patrol officer, can we get that blessing?
Some of that value, sir, is in a vehicle, so it's not $185,000.
Okay, fair enough.
But can I get for the record that Mr. Carroll said we can have that blessing on that officer? I get that for the minutes, please.
What about the police chief?
Yeah, I think that's more of a question for the chief of police than PPOA.
Yeah. So, I just.
But again, I think those are, again, in spirit of, I don't think we need to be making deals with necessarily with the PPOA. I certainly understand their concerns and everything else. But I also think our staff needs to, the staff has heard what we're looking for.
I hope. Yes, sir.
I'm getting a lot of up and downs. They're understanding and hearing what we're asking for. And they have brought back the questions we asked last week. I think generally speaking, they brought the answers. So I think that's what we need to do next. There's several proposals about maybe how we get there. And then we look at those and say, okay, what's the best fit for the whole? Is where I think we go.
Yeah, I think that's fair, Mayor.
And I know we it's 11 o'clock and staff still wants to talk about the.
That's what I was going to say. We have another meeting on the 30th, so I look forward to all of these.
And so
come back for discussion.
Do we want to move forward with the enterprise?
Yeah, I think, frankly, that's why I kept asking to put slide 28 up, because I think what Member Carbone was saying is, that's what we can flesh out some more, and I appreciate the opportunity to prioritize these and flesh these out so you understand the implications of those. I mean, these weren't recommended for no reason, and there's lots of other things we could have done, but you all need to understand that, and so that's what I'm going to be focusing on, plus some of these ancillary things that were talked about. But I think we've got enough to chew on, more than enough for the next time, and if we could move into the enterprise revenue stuff, that'd be appreciated.
Do we have a number across the board that you want to reduce it down to and say this is a number we'd like to get to?
No, I think what we're hearing is, let's go. Staff has heard we want to cut this.
Yeah, and that's what I turn it back over to.
And they're going to come
manager
back,
say here's.
They're going to come back in a week with here's what we think we can get by with.
We've postponed races and.
I know.
Previously where you could do it for 3/4.
We may be paying for that now. So let's move to the enterprise fund, Eric.
Yes, sir. Enterprise fund, and keenly aware it's 11 p.m., so I'm going to move really quick. If we need to pull stuff back up, please just let me know. This 1.4x bond coverage requirement test that we need to meet. Great questions last time. Asked for more information. How does it relate to rates? Right, so this is a little background on this. This is something we agree to every time we sell debt. It's always in our ordinance language. It's going to be required by everyone who is working on this on the private sector side. They all want to see this. So this is in a number of ordinances. It's always 1.4. There's a definition of average annual principal and interest requirements, and what we need to meet. It's just important to walk away with this is the average annual principal and interest requirements takes all of our debt, looks out over 30 years or 20 years, however long that debt may be, and takes the average yearly payment. So if your average debt goes up in future years, it incorporates that as well. There's some definitions we have in these ordinances around net revenues and gross revenues. Suffice to say, really the bulk of our revenues are going to come from water and sewer charges, the vast majority, what people pay on their utility bills. Moving into sort of the expense side, and this is where it gets a little more complicated of what counts and what doesn't count as an expense in this calculation, right? Depreciation doesn't count, but everything else that results in the impoundment, conveyance, and treatment of water, that counts as an operating expense, as we call it. For our city's financial advisor, someone's opening Skittles or something behind me. For our city's financial advisor, the operating expense doesn't include depreciation, it doesn't include existing debt service, and it doesn't include your cash-funded CIP projects. So I wanted to bring forward, we already saw a preview of this slide, but the bond coverage ratio right now, as it stands, is 1.45. I think last time I talked, I said it was closer to 1.40. Once we got confirmation that we could pull out those cash-funded CIP projects from this calculation, that's what increased it to 1.45.
If we fail to meet this bond coverage ratio, this is something we've agreed to, right? So it is part of our bond covenants, and we would be breaking our bond covenants. This is not a policy or a threshold we can negotiate. It is not a number you want to fall below, right? When fund balance, as we talk about it, you might have a target of 25%, and one year you go down to 24% or something. It happens. This is not like that. This is a floor. You want to be above this 1.40 every year. What would happen is a dip below 1.40. If when we go to sell debt, the Secretary of State would run these numbers to verify them. They'd see, hey, you're below 1.4. They halt our sale of debt. We can't sell that debt. This would be a huge negative impact on projects that might be in year 3 or 4, almost to completion, and now they need to wait 6 months or a year for us to get this ratio figured out and be able to satisfy the Secretary of State's office. Failure to meet this test, it would be a big problem for our CIP projects. You do not want to let a project that's been constructed for 3 or 4 years and is 1 year away just sit there for a year because we came in below this 1.4 figure. In all likelihood, it would never actually make it to the Secretary of State's office. We would run the numbers, our financial advisor would run the numbers, and we'd stop it before it ever got to that point and we had to unwind a sale. So that number, keep it in mind because it's going to come up with these rate scenarios. Council asked to see what different rates would look like. So we'll start off with the proposed 9% rate scenario. You can see this brings in $62.7 million in revenue, gets you to a bond coverage ratio of 1.45. And the way I think about that difference between 1.45 and that 1.40 is that's kind of your safety margin for if unexpected costs come up, like a winter storm or something like that drives a lot of overtime. You know, your operating expenses will go up. You'll stay above that 1.4. For an average household using 6,000 gallons of water, standard 5/8 connection, they're going to see their bill go up about $6.65 a month. So that's your impact to residents each month with a 9% rate increase. In 8% scenario, this would bring in $62.2 million in revenue. This is a decrease of about $510,000. So 1% decrease equals $510,000 less for the city in the course of the year. Your bond coverage goes down to 1.42, smaller safety margin, assuming no cuts on the expense side. For residents, compared to the 9%, this would going to 8% would be 78 cents less for a resident, you know, your typical 6,000 gallon household. Across different accounts, that amount would be different, of course. So 7% rate scenario is where it starts to get a little trickier and we have to start adding in some caveats. So first I'm gonna read this with no cuts and then I'll talk about some cuts here in a second. The 7% rate scenario brings in about a little over $1 million less than the 9% rate scenario. If we don't adjust the expenditures with the 7% rate increase, we come in just a hair over that 1.40 requirement, not really a safety margin at all. You know, if something came up, we would probably pause mid-year and do a budget adjustment to get that fixed, but that's cutting it a little close. The 7% scenario compared to the 9% scenario saves residents $1.52 per month and will again have a impact on revenue of about $1 million less than the 9% increase. If we were to do the 7% and council would like to have that safety margin built in there, some proposed cuts are listed out on the right here. Right, we're funding 2 public works message boards for $40,000. This would, you know, those are these kind of roadside signs you see on the street and they're programmable. It would remove the IT GIS analysts, about $41,000 in enterprise fund, other half is in the general fund. It would remove the utility billing specialists and it would reduce the replacement vehicles and equipment spend that had built in from $540,000 to $300,000. So a significant cut there. But that would add back in that safety margin to get you from to 1.42. So you'd have a little bit of safety margin in there without anything excessive like that. And then it was asked, it was a good question. I think we should have probably included it in the first presentation. I'm sorry I didn't. But what would a 0% rate scenario look like? Just keeping today's rates for tomorrow. This would create a revenue stream of $58 million. This is $4.5 million less than the 9% rate increase that is being proposed. To meet that 1.4 operating ratio, we would need to cut $3.75 million in operating expenses, right? So you can't cut capital projects because those don't count. We can't touch debt. So to give some context to how difficult this would be, we need to cut 3.75, removing all of the supplementals that are going into this year's budget, removing all the vehicles and equipment that are going into this year's budget. So this is the people we've been talking about in the enterprise fund as well. That reduces the budget by 1.7 million, we'll call it. We would then need to reduce the budget a further $2 million to still meet this under a 0% increase. Frankly, it would be really hard to do that without looking at adjusting our staffing numbers of current staff. So that's one of the reasons we're looking at a rate increase today, is that the 0% would be fairly difficult to do this year. There's a summary slide here. This 7% you're seeing, this is without the cuts. Again, takes you kind of right down to the wire of where you want to be, and is kind of a nice summary of the scenarios we just went over. Your major drivers of future rate increases are going to primarily be the CIP, which list out about $90 million in each of the 3 years being issued. Huge caveat to that, the city historically has not sold anywhere near what the CIP lists. So while the CIP is an important portion of this driving rates, I don't think it's going to be like $96 million next year or anything like that. Additionally, in the CIP, large projects such as Berry Rose, for example, can cause significant swings in when the city takes on new debt and when those debt payments begin, when we have to put money in reserve for debt payments as well. So moving a project around like that 2 to 3 years can affect the future scenario. But in the long run, that project is going to get built and rates will have to adjust and pay for it. And then operating expenses are kind of shifting around, right, as staff are added or if they get outsourced. If we look at for those new plant positions, I know that's been a discussion at council. As these new plants come online, though, we're going to have to either staff them ourselves or hire someone to staff them. There's no getting around that. It can't be assumed, though, that this will reduce expenditures by not having to purchase as much water. We just don't know quite yet how that'll work out. You just have a lot of changes in expenses as the whole operation changes. Okay, I went through that real quick. Questions and comments on the rate increase?
Okay, we're going to start this way.
Appreciate it. So I'll be as quick as possible. I mean, we can try to, that was a very thorough analysis of the options. I think that was exactly what we needed. And I really appreciate it. I think what my takeaway was from that is we can try to delay these positions and we'll save people a few cents. And it's going to put tremendous stress on the organization. It's going to be a lot. And then this is really, it's not like a permanent rate reduction. We are just, any amount of savings we get for this is a 1-for-1. We're going to have to just tack that on next time, because I'm not hearing anybody up here say we're not going to hire those folks from the enterprise fund at all. They're just saying, let's wait 6 months or a year. So we're still going to have to do that. And when we do that, we're still going to have to pay for it. So fundamentally, I think this goes back to that jagged line we saw of some years we go for a while and have no rate increases. And then all of a sudden, Mayor Cole mentioned now we had to vote for the 25% increase that was 10 years ago. So I think what that chart showed to me, and I think was confirmed, I mean, that's people putting political considerations over math considerations. And I don't want to fall into that same trap. Even I don't think it's as egregious as going from 0 to 25, but we've seen where that ends up. We know what we have to do. It's not pleasant, but we're all adults here and we have a lot of expenditures and we see what we have to do. So I'm not for giving the people of next year a 2 cent higher, just bumping up people's bill by 2% more next year, so we can avoid doing it now when it's a responsible thing to do now. So appreciate the analysis. I think it's pretty clear that we need to just go with this, bite the bullet, go forward with this as planned.
All right. Eric, on the bond coverage calculations, thank you for that information. Is all that done off the audited financials? Or how do they run that for the, I guess, the Secretary of State's calculation?
So it's not done off, I think the auditor does look at it, I believe, but from a budgetary perspective, we run those numbers and the rate model also runs those numbers. So we're making sure, that, we're looking into the future to make sure that we will meet that 1.40% all year. So we have to do it without audited numbers, unfortunately. And so that's what goes into our calculations is we go through and classify each account. Is this an operating expense or, does it not count? A lot of work back and forth with the financial advisor to make sure we're counting things correctly.
Okay. If there's any appetite by council of going to that 7%, I understand what Orlando's saying. If there's any appetite to get there, I'm fine kind of running it a little bit closer and then monitoring the variance reports and giving staff the leeway to control expenses. I would like, as the mayor's mentioned, to look at an RFQ to completely outsource running the surface water plant. And I guess the last thing, there was a public comment. Can you provide a reconciliation of the data that was on slide 66 of the Saturday presentation? Reconcile those actuals back to the audited financials?
We will do the best we can. We did this last year in the same instance, and it took 20 to 25 hours of finance leadership hacking away at it at a really critical time during budget development. And it's just extremely complicated because of the difference in how accrual methods between what accounting looks at and how budget items roll up. It's just a lot of work to make sure that those numbers can talk to each other.
Okay. Well, I mean, we've done it before, and I guess the question would be where'd the numbers come from on slide 66 then? They had to come, we're talking about fiscal year 2020 actuals, so somehow that got populated. I mean, I appreciate that, but that's the same stuff we always say is trust us. And we've got an audit report, and we should be able to reconcile that. If I could interject, I think what you said there to say where we got those numbers would be a lot more straightforward than trying to reconcile somebody else's, budgetary numbers and so forth. So I would think we'd be able to show how we got the ones on that slide. Trying to compare to something else that's probably getting into what he's talking about.
Yeah, and I think there's some things that are making those numbers look weird. Like there was a refunding issue that year. We've stood up the debt service fund.
Yeah.
Maybe it's something like that that's making it look weird, and we can address that in a memo.
Yeah. Okay. That's all I had, Mayor.
Hernandez?
So some of what I was going to ask has already been asked, so I just have one thing outstanding. And I'm just curious if we can get, before the next meeting, an illustration of kind of how the 3230 is baked into this also, like what that looks like, what that accrual still is, and if there was an option to somehow, just collect it. Is that factored into this at all?
What's factored in is the 3230 plan continuing, to take 2 days off the backlog. So that backlog revenue is factored in, but 3230 extends beyond next fiscal year.
Right.
So billing it all at once, you'd have to weigh what that revenue would be versus the number of people who might go on payment plans and need some time to pay it. So there's some factors there.
Okay. If we can get I don't know, maybe a good ballpark. You're your best ballpark. I would just like to see what that would do to the rates scenarios, and that's all I had, Mayor.
Yeah, that was the question I was going to ask, that if we made a decision to collapse 3230 and do a true up bill for everyone, we're talking plus or minus a month and a half. I mean, I think we're at 48 days for 3 of the billing cycles. So plus or minus a month and a half. And if you did that and it was just pick a date, you know, October 1 or November 1 or December 1, and just boom, what would that look like? And yeah, I think we've got to do, you know, some guesstimating on how many would pay the whole thing versus people on payment plans. But I did a quick thing, and you know, $90 per home, 300 or 38,750 accounts, and I know the number's a little bit different from that, but just funny math. $3.4 million, you know, sitting out there, and what would that, and if half of that came in up front, I mean, you're talking, I think you could lower the rate to 2%, 3%, something like that. Still have some small rate increase, but it's nominal, not none. So that's the exercise I just looked at just to see what that would look like, and I'm guesstimating on, you know, half would pay up front and other half would go on some kind of a payment plan, just because of the dollar amount. So it'd be interesting to see what that would do. Now, again, we have to set a rate, and we're basing it on yes or no. Are we going to move forward with, you know, doing, you know, collapsing 3230? But I think that may even help us with the decision on 3230 if it has positive rate action. So something to look at. That was a question I had. So you stole my thunder. So there we go. Exactly.
Yeah. Eric, can you pull up that one slide, the one that has a calculation for the coverage ratio, please?
This one, council member?
That's the one. So, you know, I don't want to belabor math, but we've only been talking about revenues, which is the left side of that calculation on the numerator. There's a discussion on operating expenses. The FTEs, as was pointed out by the mayor and others, of those 19, roughly half of those are in the enterprise fund. Those go into the one on the right side of that calculation there. I still would like to go out there and see an RFQ blind. My goal would be maybe punt this to the mid-year and then take $600,000 off that expense line, and then you're at a 1.48 debt service coverage ratio. If you want to keep those hand in hand, then you don't have to do a 9% raise. Maybe you do a 6 or 7. That's real money. Maybe the RFQ ends up being we get a better deal. I don't know. But just talking about revenues to satisfy some pencil neck geek in New York means 9% more for everybody. And I don't live my life by Moody. I understand there's implications there, but we're only talking about one side of that equation right now. That's it. I would really ask and talk to members of the council. That's $600,000 between instrumentation tech, maintenance coordinator, treatment operator 1, treatment operator 2, and another. That's $600,000. That's real money. So that's my thesis right now. I'm in the zero camp, and I want to look at expenses, but I could be pulled with the right discussion into maybe kicking this a little bit. Let's get a real RFQ, as the mayor advises, and then see what that looks like in June or July of next year.
I agree with Councilman Kamkar and also the mayor. Let's look at an RFQ to see if we can't lower the cost. We're adding close to another $200 million in debt over the next 3 years. Also, Councilman Carbone said, I'm comfortable with 1.4% bond coverage if we can get it down to 7%. I don't think it's inevitable that all of those costs are going to roll over into the next year that we're deferring in 2022. We just have to look to cut it in the following budget to keep the increases at a manageable rate. That's kind of where I am. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to cap at 7%. As well. So I'll agree with member Carbone. I don't think that we can stay at 0. I appreciate the effort that we put into it. You know, I would like to see a combination of FTEs, equipment, whatever we can do on here to make sure that we get to 7%. I'm not an advocate of eliminating all the FTEs, but I do think that giving staff the flexibility to prioritize, get us under 7% or below, or with the leeway we need on the 1.4 ratio. I think what we probably need to do subsequent to this is, again, kind of long-term strategy, is look at what do we want to cap this out in the future. We've had discussions. I don't want to assign motivation to how those discussions happened in the past. Being involved in some of them, I think there was varying motivations to come up to a conclusion that I think we felt was at the time necessary. But if we want to kind of have a more structured plan, let's go ahead and dovetail this budget conversation with where do we want to limit that to, because what we're doing is we're saying, okay, well, we have this 5-year CIP and we have these projects in here we want to include, and if we're going to do those, because we've already approved those to move forward, then we have to continue this rate, and we have to continue to collect debt. So we start with, let's get to 7% now. Let's dovetail this budget conversation with where do we want to go in subsequent years, so we give staff kind of a guidance that it caps at, my proposal would be 5% or somewhere, and then we look at the 5-year CIP subsequent to that and say, okay, what can we do and what can't we do? If it means a ground storage tank that has to wait 2 or 3 years before we rehab it in order to be able to maintain that, I'm fine with that. If we can't do an extension of a line, or we have to wait on reimbursement to a developer, I'm fine with that. And then we can prioritize. That's all I have, Mayor.
That's good. Woody, before you do, Trent, what's the timing? I know we're looking at the rate model with Freeze and Nichols, and based on some of the alternatives that we've talked about. When is that? I know it's probably not going to be done before we have to vote on this, but what's the expected due date for that?
So you're talking about the relook at the Berry Rose Longwood concept. We should have a contract to you guys in front of you next month.
By the time they perform their work, though,
I think that's probably a 6-month. I'm not exactly sure where the where it's at, but it's probably about a 6-month thing. So at a minimum, we're going to significantly delay the amount of debt for that'll be sold for any project that comes out of that in FY22. Now, that doesn't do anything for our rates with this budget, but for the subsequent rate increase.
It goes to Member Perez's comment that he just made, probably not with the adoption of this budget, but soon thereafter, when we get that rate modeling back, see how that looks, and we make a decision to go one way or the other, that will help us with, we probably need to have some set rates that we're looking at for the long term.
Right. At that point, we'll have a better handle on those costs and the timing of those costs, and then we can put all of those things into the actual rate model.
So we should have a real good
future
feel
impacts
for that when we get that done. So, Member Owens?
I think as where we're at right now is Clay and staff knows what we want to do, and let them come in and do whatever needs to be done to get to there.
Fine
That's
points.
it.
Fine. Dear God.
I'm starting with you from now on, and No, that was good. First off, staff, thank you for responding to all of our questions, comments over the last couple of weeks with the budget discussions. It's been good. As always, it's an iterative process, and we'll get there and keep moving forward. I think we have a budget workshop next Monday night to discuss, so we'll be back at it. I think there's some homework to do, and we'll get there as well. So I appreciate the time and effort to do that. Just moving forward in our agenda, we've already dispensed to the consent agenda, items removed. Other business, there is none. Mayor, council issues for council discussion, there is none. And so at this point, I'll adjourn the meeting at 11:29 p.m.